everyone. Thank you for being here on Saturday morning. We're really excited. Beautiful Saturday morning. We can all look out that window, see how things are going today. So we're going to keep things moving quickly, have some fun, and so I'm calling the meeting to order. We'll go just like a regular meeting. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials, grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. McHale. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski,
Here.
Mrs. Koski,
Present.
Mr. Radke,
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt,
Present.
Mr. Yanez,
Here.
Mrs. Ziarko.
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. No report from our city manager today, so we'll just jump right into the action items, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We are excited to be able to present the follow-up strategic planning session to the session we held back in January. The time frame went very quick, but before we jump into the details of the meeting, let me just review sort of the outline and how we hope to get through the next 4 hours. First, we want to talk some about our Visioning 2030 plan. That plan has served us well. It's been transformative for the city. The results of all the initiatives speak for themselves, from road projects to massive parks and recreation projects to public art, and the list goes on and on. And then, as we did in January, we want to talk some about sowing the seeds for our Visioning 2040 plan. As a progressive city, we always want to be looking ahead the next 10, 15 years and make sure that we're doing all that we need to do now to prepare the city and advance the city for the next generation. So that's what our visioning plans, the 2030 plan and 2040 plan, are all about. And when we talk about the 2040 plan, we're going to be talking about some, as we refer to them, as big, hairy, audacious goals. These are really macro-oriented goals. They're not technical in nature. And as you said, Mayor, it's all about having some fun this morning as well. And then we'll be setting priorities. The whole point of the meeting, this follow-up meeting, is to touch base on the items that the City Council brought up back in January and to prioritize the remaining items. So we'll have a break, and then we'll have a working lunch, and we should, if everything goes smoothly, be done about 1 o'clock. So I think we have the next slide. I wanted to talk a little bit about, just by way of review, when we went through strategic planning back in January, the City Council identified approximately 31 action items for administration to follow through on. And the good news is, over half of them, 16, we felt we had very good direction on, and administration was aligned with City Council, and we haven't wasted any time. When you look at these 16 action items you developed, we're forging ahead with all of these. These are either underway as we speak, or they will be in the current or the upcoming fiscal year that starts July 1. And for the most part, they're not new items per se, but they are items that you identified as priorities to move forward. Now, this was the easy part. There's another 15 items that we didn't feel we had very clear direction on, and that's what we want to talk about today. We're hoping that the City Council will help us prioritize the remaining 15 items, and we'll be talking about them shortly, so that we can come up with the top 5 or so of those items that we can realistically get done, or at least get started on, over the next 6 months. So that's what this morning is all about. And so now we want to spend a couple minutes talking about, as I mentioned, the importance of our Visioning 2030 plan. Our Assistant City Manager, Jeff Bohorsky, will lead us through that discussion.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, Mayor, council members, and coworkers, and welcome to Strategic Planning 2022, the sequel. Now, in case anybody's wondering why we're stuck in this building this morning, I just want to remind everybody that strategic planning is Mrs. Ziarko's favorite meeting of the year. So I'm not saying, any rumors. But all kidding aside, there is a challenging task for the council this morning as the 15 proposals being reviewed present the classic economics dilemma of allocating scarce resources to multiple competing needs. Although each of the proposals have potential and merit to improve Sterling Heights in some way, the reality is not all of them can be successfully implemented, thanks Bob, on current resources available. So in order to assist you in evaluating and prioritizing these 15 proposals, we are recommending that the City Council view them through the lens of the Visioning 2030 guiding principles. As I stated back in January, the city has been incredibly successful in utilizing the guiding principles to realize our shared vision for Sterling Heights as a vibrant, inclusive community that is safe, progressive, active, and distinctive. As I evaluated the 15 proposals, it became clear that some had great potential for creating more desirable neighborhoods, successful and vibrant commercial centers, and a better municipal government. Others are less aligned with the 2030 vision. Some of the proposals are potentially cost prohibitive, and others may produce results that affect city operations in a negative way. But ultimately, this is a subjective process, and there are no right or wrong outcomes. But we hope to provide you with the information that allows you to make an informed judgment this morning as to which proposals should be pursued in order to make our vision a reality. So Mark, that concludes my comments, and I believe it's time for Becky to have the floor.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll introduce Becky Davenport. As the Mayor and Council may recall, Becky helped us back in January facilitate that discussion. Becky has a lot of experience helping organizations through strategic planning and visioning initiatives, and she's worked extensively with both public and private organizations across Michigan. So we're really pleased to have Becky with us this morning. And her sole job is to keep us on task. And so it's going to be a tall order, but thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Becky.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm really pleased to be here on this beautiful summer day, right? I said we're going to have some fun and we're going to get some work done. And there are really kind of two pieces of what is the part of the agenda that I'm going to help facilitate. And the first is to really do a little bit more visioning, dreaming about what 2040 is going to look like. So I think it's important, as Jeff said, as you evaluate and think about these priorities, we're really guided by our 2030 guiding principles. It sounds redundant, guided by our guiding principles, but that's what we want to do. And make sort of those assessments in terms of, you know, mission alignment, return on investment, et cetera. At the same time, we want to start thinking about 2040. What does that look like? Because crazy as it seems, 2040 is not that far off, right? We're in 2022. I have lots of, particularly nonprofits that have different fiscal years. We're doing FY 2023 budgets and planning right now, and it kind of boggles my mind, but that's where we are. So we want to think forward on that. And then we will really dig in and look at these priorities and have some discussions. The directors will provide some background and information, and then we'll have Q&A. But let's begin and kind of think back a little bit. I'll do a little refreshing as to what we did in January. And if you remember, we did a Wordle where we really talked about what our future vision looked like and how we would describe success. The bigger words here are those that you cited most often. And if you remember, we did the Slido thing. We had fun with our phones. We're not going to make you do Slido today. How's that? We've got pieces of paper in front of you. But the biggest most sort of often cited word was inclusive, followed by safe and innovative, vibrant, fun, connected, competitive, innovation, and growth. And I think all those words are connected in a way too, right? I mean, we can think about how they all come together and really create a mission. We also talked about emerging trends, if you remember, and we had you rank those. And the order of those was the most important was green spaces, followed by really that 15-minute city model that was convenient for pedestrians and cyclists. And we've got a couple of initiatives, I think, today that talk about some of those priorities. Inclusive services and planning, sustainable buildings and infrastructure, something that's a big part of city planning, automated city operations, data-driven planning, and I think this municipality, my experience with them already has been that there's a lot of data-driven decision-making, and I applaud them for that. Smart, healthy communities. And last but not least, I think innovation-driven ecosystem and a hyper-local economy. So really supporting and growing our local businesses. Any questions? You guys remember that discussion? Great. Okay, so that's our lead-in to think about these BHAGs. And how many of you are familiar with the BHAG term from Jim Collins? A few of you? Okay. Jim Collins and Jerry Porras first coined the term BHAG in their 1994 book entitled Built to Last. And it's something that has really, my partner and I have used a lot in our work in strategic planning. And I have a lot of clients that love the BHAG, and I've got a couple that say, Becky, can you just call that long-term goals and objectives? So you can take your flavor, take your pick. But BHAGs, and you'll see I've got a couple of, I think, quotes up here that help kind of define BHAGs. A true BHAG is clear and compelling. It offers us a focus and a catalyst for really to motivate the team. While they are kind of big and broad and audacious, there's also some sort of clear finish line ultimately, that we know that we really got there. People like to shoot for the finish line, and I also say in strategic planning and goal setting, if you don't know where you're going, you don't know if you got there, right? A lot of times, if you just articulate that goal, you are much more likely to achieve it. So that's part of what BHAGs do for you. A great BHAG will also be easy to understand for all facets of the organization, all stakeholders. And you have a really complex group of stakeholders in the city of Sterling Heights. And so it's important that that BHAG is, means something to everyone, and again, just unifies the team. I also want to stress, and I know Mark and Jeff would chime in on this, that defining BHAGs, and we're not going to get them done today. It's not a one and done thing. It's not a done in a day. And I really, again, appreciate the fact that Mark and Jeff look at this strategic planning work as a, over many, many months, or I think Jeff said, Mark maybe said a couple of years today, but over an extended period of time for you really to develop that 2040 vision. Again, I sometimes have clients that say, can we just have a board retreat on Saturday and we'll walk out with a full strategic plan? I'm like, well, that's a nice idea, but I think really to do any of this justice, and as you start at the top with the BHAG, start at the beginning, you need to think about them, you need to reflect on them, you need to refine them, you need to get some other input into them, and then they coalesce and become those actionable, memorable BHAGs. So with that, we're going to play a little bit. And I've got this whiteboard over here. This is going to be a little tricky, Jeff. Let's see.
Want to roll it out?
Maybe. Maybe right there? That's fine. Okay. So I just want to do some brainstorming with you guys, okay? And think about what kind of long-term goals you want to see the city achieve in 2040. What do those look like? And you might think about just few more parameters here. You might think about some of those areas that that you often talk about and you saw in the guiding principles, whether that's quality of life, community growth, stability, technology, core services, economic growth. How do you want success to be defined again at the end in 2040? So now I'm going to put you guys all on the spot, right?
Let's start with quality of life.
Okay. And, Ms. Councilwoman, what would we call that? I mean, how would you define that? What would our BHAG be about it? Yeah. Help you a little bit here.
Thank you. I appreciate
You know, we might think about, sometimes when we look at these long-term BHAGs, and if we want the city of Sterling Heights to be a benchmark for overall quality of life, or a recognized best in class. So those kind of things, right? We want to be known that it's an exceptional place to live, right? I think that it sounds like that is a driving goal that informs a lot of the decisions that you make. What else?
Safe.
Safe. Thank you, Mayor. And talk to me about that a little bit more, too. What is that going to mean? That it's,
Well, it's a place where people feel like they can move in, they don't have to worry about crime, they don't have to worry about their neighborhoods, that they feel secure and protected, and that we continue to be one of the safest cities in the country. And like you said, with quality of life, we should strive to always rank at the very top of our comparable cities in safety.
and that's something, as we all know, just seems to become more and more important every day. I do a lot of my work in the city of Detroit, and obviously it's a key issue there. And it is in the suburbs too, because it's a differentiator. Right, Chief?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Employment opportunities.
Okay. And Ms. Councilwoman, what do you see as the BHAG there being that,
Well, I think if people have an income, that would directly affect housing, the ability to pay for the housing, and then to actually use the amenities that the city offers.
Across all economic levels.
okay. That's, yes. Employment opportunities that provide income for housing and accessing, Ms. Councilwoman, what did you say? Like accessing services,
The
amenities?
services of the community.
Community services. And then for all income levels.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that lead to some thoughts about diversity of the community in terms of whether that's income, demographics, other things that we might want to be looking towards? Yes.
Yeah, I think I would say we want an inclusive city.
Okay.
You know, a city where, at least I do, a city where people feel welcome no matter what their background is.
Kind of that all feel welcome.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. Love this, hear it a lot, easier said than done, right? But incredibly important. And I think it's something, you know, as we talk about these priorities today, it's something to really think about, because some of the things that and I'm the big royal we today, that we do may benefit a certain segment. And sometimes that's got to be the way it goes, because you're trying to make everybody feel inclusive and get a level playing field. But I think really thinking about how it impacts all of the members of the community, residents, businesses, et cetera, is complex. It's not an easy task. Thank you, Mayor. What else?
About education.
Thank you. Ms. Councilwoman, what would you like to?
With education, the opportunity to do so much is there. Not only education for our youth, but advanced education, job training,
Yes.
skilled trades, opportunity to get into an apprenticeship so that we can provide skilled trade workers.
So, go ahead. Yeah. So it's really these educational opportunities, again, for all, and in lots of different flavors. And I just completed, and I think we're going to have the opportunity to share with council, Mr. Vanderpool, I think in July, the Sterling Heights Velocity Center's strategic plan. And in some of the conversations there, we talked a lot about, particularly about skilled trades and apprenticeships. And we had a representative from Macomb Community College on our strategic planning committee. And it was very clear that, and I see this, you know, in many different situations, that educational opportunities, it's really better defining it and making sure that it's also diverse, that it's not just an advanced degree. It's particularly as manufacturing changes, which is so important in the city of Sterling Heights, that we look at how the skills are changing, how we train that next generation of workers, and how we make sure that we engage that younger generation.
That's right.
Thank you, Ms. Councilwoman. Okay. This is good. You guys are good. What else? What else?
Can I jump in real quick?
Yes, of course.
I think this is true in 2030, 2040, 2050, whatever decade you want to pick, but I just think we have to be a proactive community. By that, I mean that our residents want to connect with the city. I'll say it in the non-traditional ways, you know, not through calls for assistance, but connect with the city in recreation and programming and all the things that I think we've done a really, really good job in the last 10 years. I think if we aren't connecting with our residents in non-traditional ways, I think we're going to be a lesser community, because I think we made great strides in that regard. So you could call it placemaking or things, but I just think making those connections with our residents is critically important.
Jeff, I love that. I'm going to call it a connected community.
Perfect.
And it's programs, services, placemaking.
Yep. Yep.
And it's a connected, and I'm also going to put another word here, an engaged. So, programming services. Because we talk about a lot of times, you know, trying to connect throughout the community, and in engaging them also often, I think this is maybe where the placemaking goes, Jeff, is that we've got to meet them where they are too, right? We can't just build it and they will come always. So thinking about what that really means, and again, being very proactive, I think is a big part of that. Okay. What else?
Innovative. I think that fits in with sort of with like what Jeff was saying. We need to find new ways to connect people. We need to be innovative in everything we do. Attracting new residents, providing better quality of life, providing better employment opportunities, providing ways to combat climate change, whether it's, you know, we expect more electric vehicles, we expect to need electric vehicle charging stations. We should innovate new ways to improve our parks and recreation, improve the way they're connected. We should be looking at new technologies. We are in our police department. That's going to continue to expand. What are we, you know, a lot of what I hear out there is how cities are using Bitcoin or cryptocurrency or blockchain or Web 3.0 to deliver services more efficiently. So we have to stay on the cutting edge.
And one of the trends that we talked about in January, when we looked at one of the trends specific to City of Sterling Heights, we talked about the projected age distribution, and, you know, a real challenge is attracting young families and younger workers, and that innovation is going to get us there. You know, my 90-year-old mother is probably not going to buy that electric vehicle. We don't want her to anyway. She doesn't drive, don't worry. But those young families that are coming in, they're going to have hybrids. They're going to have electric vehicles. They want those charging stations. Actually, my business partner drives an electric vehicle, and even when we may have meetings primarily downtown, or we've been up at Sterling Heights quite a bit lately, he stays in Warren because there's a charging station that's very accessible and convenient to the Holiday Inn or wherever he stays. So yeah, it's you know, that's the kind of stuff that will make a difference, and I think will also. I'm sure, Chief, you think about that a lot, how technology's changed and improved the way your team works. And is our fire chief here today? Oh, right next, Kevin. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I was,
It's the height difference.
I saw Chief Dale and I was like, where's our fire chief? But it's changing the way your team trains, and it will continue. We'll continue to see those innovations and embracing that. And sometimes that takes an investment in that new technology.
Becky, I just want to say too, I think to the mayor's point, innovation, in my mind, when COVID hit, we would not have gotten through that unless we were committed to, I mean, we really rethought government in what, Mark, about 2 months, a month maybe? And how meetings were conducted. Remember the debate, so I think innovation, yeah, it's key to the success of the community and the organization.
I mean,
Can I just say something? I think it's a fine line, though, because you bringing up your 90-year-old mother brings up the subject of, we do have an aging population that isn't ready to embrace any of this innovation, and we can't make them feel left out.
Right. I totally agree, because we had an interesting conversation in the directors' meeting last Wednesday. I'm sorry, Jeff, I keep my back to you. In the directors' meeting last Wednesday, Melanie was talking about the print magazine. Melanie, you want to share just a minute?
Yeah, so we were talking about the print magazine and about how possibly, when I first started, we thought maybe we were going to eliminate that because everything seems to be going digital and it's very expensive to print and mail. And, when I got more into it and started, learning more about our community, I made the decision not to do that. And it's a good thing because when we looked at the resident survey, 60% of our residents said that's the first place that they go to get information about the city.
Yeah. So, very important point. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I think it's this balance and blending, continuing to innovate with making sure that we are not abandoning any part of our residents or our businesses, because they do all have different needs, whether you look at print, social media, how people, and I think we'll see that change over the years as, I'm a baby boomer generation, as, we grew up with more technology. Now, my 30-year-old children think I'm like such a technology idiot. They always say we have more technology that we know how to use. And we're like, well, we're trying. But we grew up with more than my parents' generation. So I think that will, again, continue to transition. Maybe one of these days we won't have a print magazine, but I think Chief Dale also liked that print magazine. I remember him chiming in. So it's not even always an age, or it's just what your preference is and how you like to consume. And we are in a world where there's so much thrown at us, like how you consume and pay attention.
But still if you're talking about technology and print, you still have to have that communication between people. And sometimes, whether it be one-on-one or whether it's in a group, that's probably more effective, and people learn from listening by far better than they are sitting there for 3 hours reading, whether it be online or a piece of paper.
Right. And I think I will add that when we talked about this connected community, I think communication is a part of that, and it's that in-person or real communication as well to just throwing stuff out at stuff, because it's a busy, crowded world, right? You get up in the morning and, I don't know, I get up and look at my iPad. There's like a million different messages and, different newspapers, and you could spend many, many hours, and so you learn to sort of kind of pick and choose. And when I have a conversation with someone, I have a whole different experience. Absolutely. we've got inclusivity, quality of life, connected community, a safe community. I think embracing innovation is kind of, we look at embracing and obviously balancing with that, making sure that all feel welcome. Creating and I think continuing to enhance employment opportunities so that people are able to have a good quality of life across all income levels and creating those educational opportunities. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Vanderpool.
I just wanted to add that all of these issues, excuse me, kind of fall under the umbrella of community wealth building, and that's so critical for our city to be focused on that. But just a couple of other areas, I think we want to continue to be known as a model government. We want to do whatever we can to not only be transparent in everything we do, but always be implementing best practices and be on the cutting edge of all these issues. And when we talk about innovation, I think we have to remind ourselves it's not just about technology. Innovation is rethinking the way we deliver services, and when we think about community wealth building, it's addressing all segments of our community. Just by way of example, the City Council approved the city's first time ever social worker, and that's paying huge dividends, helping those who need assistance in our community to stay here. We want them to continue to live in our city and prosper in our city, but some need help. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We've had discussions, I know Councilman Radke and I and others have talked about, maybe one day the city's going to need a certified health department where we have multiple social workers and we have other types of resources in that department that help us deal with the challenges of the community. So community wealth building isn't just about raising property values and making sure there's high medium family income. It's all about affordable housing, and it's making sure those that need assistance in one way, shape, or form are able to get it right here in Sterling Heights, not have to go through years and all sorts of levels of bureaucracy at the federal and state level. They can get what they need right here in Sterling Heights. But this is all about community wealth building. That's so important.
Which ties into a lot of those aspects of quality of life.
Exactly.
Mark, I think, and I see more and more communities with social worker, adding the social worker is something that I've seen libraries doing across communities. And I think, again, the pandemic what I want to say, it encouraged, demanded that we embrace some technology like Zoom. We were talking the other day about QR codes too. Like, I thought QR codes were dead before the pandemic, and someone else said, well, they never really took off. But then when we had to use a QR code to get food and beverage, all of a sudden we got pretty good about QR codes. So it did some technology things, but it also highlighted the need for mental health needs and social services, and how we've got to really be there for all the members of our communities. So there were a lot of different things that came out of the pandemic. Some of the things I think about first are the technology piece that we just had to do, but there's so many different facets. And I added model municipality, Mark, because I think that's, being known as a benchmark municipality for doing all of these things is a BHAG. I mean, that truly, not that you get a lot of that recognition today, but just continuing and elevating that on a both probably regional, national, and maybe even global level.
I hate to be a downer on this, but there's a cost involved in all of our goals. And when we set the priorities for some of these goals, where does the money come from?
That is the resource allocation issue, Ms. Councilwoman, yes. And I think that's why we have to think about and prioritize what the impact of the programs that we embrace are. And I also think it's really important that when we think about doing new things, we also, and this is the hard part for organizations, communities, when we think about doing new things, we also have to think about what we're going to stop doing. And stopping doing things is hard, right? And I think it's probably particularly, difficult when you think of your constituents and your stakeholders. You don't want to say to, your constituents, well, we've always done this, but we're going to have to stop because we need to start doing this. And that's a very difficult conversation, and decision. I mean, it's a difficult decision and then difficult conversation. But I think to your point, sometimes we have to stop doing things in order to do some new things. And then we can't do all the new things either. I mean, there's got to be a timeline. And we're really, and we are still in 2022. So we've got, 18 years to think about what steps we take and what does our roadmap look like to get us there. And while 18 years may pass in a flash, it's still a considerable, it's a pretty long-range planning window. But thank you. That's an important consideration. We can dream a little, and then we have to think about what's the reality of both our financial and, in my work with the team here, our financial and our human resources. Like, what's the bandwidth? What's the capacity? And how much can the current team do? Where do we need to add to the team, which again requires dollars and resources? Anything else?
Can I add one? I'm not
Of
sure
course.
if it's appropriate. I just think, and there's probably a better way to say this, but the evolution of our built environment.
Evolution of our
Built environment.
built.
I mean, when looking at our community, a vast majority of our community was built 40 or 50 years ago.
Right.
And obviously today's society doesn't necessarily react well with that built environment and the way that we, especially with the projects we've been through lately, and that's part of our struggle right now is that built environment wants to be much different than what we're used to from that last 40 or 50 years.
Yeah. That's something that came up in our January session as I believe it was a challenge, but we talked about that, one of the challenges for Sterling Heights. So I think, I'm not quite sure, I'm just going to put it right here. And that probably, Chris or others, will have an impact on attracting younger residents and younger families, right? Because they, I also live in a community that was built many years ago, and the younger families, they want, and this isn't anything really new, but they want those more open floor plans. They want, to be sure that homes are smart and that you can wire them and do all this kind of stuff. And it's just a different footprint. And sometimes it's hard to continue to renovate and update existing stock, housing stock. Thank you. Anything else?
I'd like to add identity,
Okay.
because I'm not sure we have much of an identity outside of Macomb County.
Okay.
And people talk about cities, they talk about where they're from, they talk about, people are, when you travel, you talk, where are you from?
Right.
Detroit, right? Nobody would say Sterling Heights probably, unless they met somebody else who was from Michigan, right? I want people around this region to hear the name Sterling Heights and identify these things, like high quality of life, very safe, connected, engaged. So I want to create an identity that sticks with people, and obviously a very positive one.
This recognized, known brand identity. If I went out and did a poll and asked people to rank the top 6, just even in terms of population cities in Michigan, I'm not sure a lot of people would get Sterling Heights as number 4.
I agree.
Exactly.
I will, true confession here, I didn't know until I started working with you guys. I was like, wow. And you're neck and neck with Warren anyway. I mean, it's like 3 and 4, almost tied there.
Where are you from?
I live in Grosse Pointe.
Okay, so before you started this, if somebody had mentioned Sterling Heights, would it have conjured any image in your mind, any thoughts, anything?
I'm going to be really honest, not a lot,
Right.
not a lot.
But if I said Kalamazoo, Lansing,
Right.
Traverse City, Battle
Right.
Creek,
Yeah.
Flint, Detroit, Ann Arbor,
I mean, probably if anything, Mayor, I did know and think about sort of the manufacturing defense presence here. I kind of knew about some of that. But not a clear visual, you're right, like,
All the cities you mentioned tend to have downtowns, they tend
Right.
to have a thing that draws people to them. You know, we are sadly a suburb, and we'll always be a suburb until we decide to change how we view ourselves and how we deliver services. That, I agree with you, that's the idea. Like Kalamazoo has a downtown, Traverse City has a downtown. We are just, in the words of Mr. Nelson, who is absolutely wrong on most things, just a bedroom community. And in his mind, we'll never aspire to be more than that. In my mind, we are already more than that, and we're going to continue to advance. But I think that we have to break out of the attitudes of some of the people who live here, which is that we aren't anything and we'll never be anything. I've made the joke to you before that our residents sometimes act like we don't deserve nice things. If we do public art or we add anything, or add a boulevard, add something nice, they go, but it's just Sterling Heights. Like, as in, nice things can only go to Detroit or Kalamazoo or Traverse City. We don't accrue them here. It's always been fascinating to me.
I have to disagree with that. And I guess there's a lot of families that moved to this community for the fact that it was a bedroom community. That didn't necessarily look for that urban setting or that downtown. That's what they were looking for, was that sleepy bedroom community. So there, once again, the fine line of why people really moved here, you can't, you know, you have to, you know, appease everyone.
well, and consider the diversity of the community. And I think, you know, I think it's this balancing act between considering the sort of historical reasons people moved here, why people are staying here, and, you know, attracting sort of that next group. And that's the complexity that you guys are all challenged with dealing with, right? And it's not an easy answer. But I'm going to challenge you to think about all that as we move into our next, and I'm right on time here, Mark, I think, as we move into our next discussion. So we will, we'll take a picture. I will type this up because I won't make Megan read my handwriting. You know, we'll continue to think about these. This is just, as I said, this is a starter. This is not a one and done, but it's, I think there could be a lot more good, and there's a lot of discussion on like what these really look like, and I think you've all bring, and this is what's great, is you do all bring a different lens and a different perspective. So it's kind of looking at that, how it represents the community. And ultimately, somewhere along this process, right, Mark and Jeff, these will become refined, and we will know what those long-term goals look like. Okay, any other questions before I move on? All right. Okay, now we are going to kind of move from this like long-term visionary thing to helping determine and inform the city team about the priorities for the next 12 to 18 months. Is that fair, Mark? Okay. And those 15 projects, Mark talked about the 31 projects that you identified, 16 of which were already in process, and then we've got another 15 that we want to discuss today. And that discussion is we're going to bucket those, we did bucket them, big we again here. We bucketed them into 3 categories: sustainability, development-oriented, and community-oriented. And we're going to start with the first 5, and we've got 5 in each category. And the directors are going to give a director is going to give a 2 to 3 minute overview for each project. And then we're going to have some discussion. We're going to try and keep that total time for each project discussion to 10 minutes. So we're going to, and I'm going to be, my role is I feel like I'm going to be the MC then. I'm going to be like, the director's going to give the commentary, and then I'm going to try, and we want you all to be engaged. You know, I think that's the important part. Having said that, we'll also ask you all to be somewhat concise in because we've got, you know, a little less than 10 minutes for that part of the discussion. But we want everyone to be engaged and ask their questions, provide their comments. So that'll be a Q&A sort of commentary session. And Megan, we can go on to the next slide. We're really going to rate them, not rank them, on a scale of 1 to 6. And you've got some sheets in front of you, right? You've got some rating sheets in front of you. The first, you've got 3 of them, so one's for sustainability, one's for development, and one's for community-oriented. At the end of the first 5 presentations on sustainability, we want to collect those sheets. So we're going to rate each group as a bucket. Megan's going to be doing some magic over here to tally and summarize and get some averages for us, which we will then, when we're done with all 3 groups, we will share and talk about what really rose to the top and those priorities that are not as immediate. And this is your rating scale. We'll go over this again once we have the first 5 projects talked through. But if you give a project a number 1, it means that it's really closely tied to the city's long-term goal and a high priority, okay? A number 2, it still meets our long-term goals, but it's maybe a medium to high priority. Number 3, medium to low. Number 4, not an immediate priority. 5, it's really not critically tied to the city's long-term goals at this time. And a 6 is a not interested. Of the first 5 on sustainability, you could rate them all 1, or you could rate them all 6. So it's not a 1 to, well, obviously there's 5, it can't be a 1 to 6. But it's not a 1 to 6. It's, you can rate each one determined on how you evaluate it. Okay? Clear enough for the moment? All right, let's go. So, our first topic is going to be requiring trees to be planted in the right-of-way, and Mike Moore is going to walk us through this.
Good morning, Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. Topic number 1 is to require trees to be planted in the right-of-way. As we can all agree, trees are an important part of Sterling Heights, and over the next 3 years, we expect to have hundreds of thousands of dollars to plant trees thanks to some successful grants that we've received or will be receiving. A lot of pros with planting trees, as you can see in this picture. They beautify the area. It follows our 20-30 principle of well-maintained and aesthetically pleasing roads and green spaces. They have been known to be traffic calming. Our, trees can somewhat calm traffic in neighborhoods, increase property values, potential cooler temperatures, and stormwater mitigation as well, too. In regards to trees, when we plant the trees, they all come with a 1-year warranty, and they're roughly 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter. The good news is there's typically no maintenance for a tree for the first 10 to 15 years of its life. And past that point, the DPW will prune the tree every 5 to 7 years anyhow. So everything sounds great, but there are some challenges. It is common that when we have this amount of trees, typically what we do in the past, currently, and we'll definitely be working closely with my colleagues in city development and city planning, is because we have so many trees now, we're going to need help determining where all these trees go. But in the past, what's happened is we've had some feedback from residents who simply just don't want a tree. So we struggle at times when we identify, let's just say, a neighborhood road where we want to plant trees, and we will send out letters, we'll misdig the entire street, and then we'll hear back from a few residents that they don't want it. So we try to encourage them, of all the items I just mentioned, the positives of a tree. However, they're still very set on not wanting a tree. So therefore, then we have to now pick a different location, send out another letter, and do another misdig. So as you multiply that by 10, by 20, by 30, by 40, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, it becomes a very difficult task for staff. So while we fully support planting trees, it all just comes down to the right space. Thank you.
And if I could just add a comment on this, as Mr. Moore said, the challenge is not so much the next few years financially speaking, because we do have a lot of grant funding. The challenge will be beyond the next few years. And the more difficult issue for the mayor and city council is we have areas of neighborhoods that are barren. There is no right-of-way trees. They were removed. You may recall years ago we had the emerald ash borer disease, and we had to remove thousands of trees across the city. And our tree canopy is low compared to other communities. So if we're going to be thinking about the next 10, 15, 20 years, 30 years when it comes to trees and canopies, we know that trees increase home values. They are a way to create traffic calming, and obviously it's good for the environment. So the difficult issue for City Council is, are you going to develop, or do you want administration to look into more meaningful ways to require trees in the right-of-way so that we can have a robust plan, and in 30 years or so, these neighborhoods transform and have these beautiful tree-lined streets. So that's kind of what we're looking for here. When you rank this, think about, is this something you want to see in the next 20 years? And then if it gets into the high ranking and we need to move forward, then we'll report back with plans on how to require that in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess my question would be is if we decide that this is how we're moving forward and how we're going to rate it, people are not just saying they don't want a tree is because they don't want to rake leaves. They know that after a period of 10 or 15 years, they might have to replace a sidewalk that's in front of or next to this tree because of root growth. So those are things I think that we would have to consider as well, is what can we do to alleviate maybe the cost of that after they put this tree in. So there's more to it than just planting a tree.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
When we talk about requiring trees to be planted in the right-of-way, I mean, is there any sort of guidelines for, does it apply to businesses? Does it apply to the city? We have a lot of, we could probably do a better job planting trees along major roadways. How do we determine, if we're requiring it, how do we determine how much, how many, and where? Just a thought.
The city manager and I went on a little field trip to Clawson yesterday to view their DDA and how they've really rebuilt or started to build a downtown at the corner of 14 Mile and Main Street. And one thing that we really talked about while we were walking around is that if you want to facilitate walking, you want to facilitate pedestrians, you can't send them through deserts. One thing trees do is cool. They cool walkers, they cool communities. We talk about the climate change initiative, we talk about speeding. Trees slow neighborhoods. People call and they say that we're driving too fast. Well, tree-lined streets would slow speeding. The issue is that, yes, we have a sidewalk program that needs to be changed. I agree with Councilwoman Zarko. We are penalizing the residents who live here the longest, who are our best, our backbone. Because every 20 years, 22 years, like my father, he gets a bill for his sidewalk. But if you flipped a house in the last 6 years, you lived in it for 6, you moved out during the recession, whatever, you never paid for sidewalk. So only the people who live here for 20 years or more, our best residents, people who maintain their homes, they almost feel like they get smacked every 20 years. We can do this better. We rolled back taxes this year, 0.29 mils. I'm proud of that. But a special assessment is a tax. Literally, it's a special assessment. And every 20 years, we tax the heck out of people. My neighbor across the street got taxed for $3,700 this year. His bonus for living here for 20 years. If he lived here for 16 years, he wouldn't have got that $3,700 bill. But because he lived here for 20, he got nailed. So we got to talk about hopefully working into our budget a tax every year for sidewalk, because we're already taxing people. You just get stuck once every 20 years. And I think most residents, like our water bills, we were doing it 4 times a year. And we got considerable complaints about our water bills because there's always a big one, there was 2 small ones and a big one. It's the same with sidewalk. If we got them every year for $15 or $20, it would be much more reasonable. Because yes, $15 a year, it hurts. But I'll tell you, my neighbor who's retired and looking at $3,700, it hurts a heck of a lot more. So I think we need to really rethink the sidewalk program, and I think that was one of the reasons why we don't have as many sidewalk trees. Earlier, she talked about Grosse Pointe, and I grew up right across the street from Grosse Pointe, Mac and Cadju. on Haverhill. I looked to look at Grosse Pointe, the beautiful tree-lined streets they had there. And it's one of the markers of their community. Ann Arbor, you know, a lot of the cities you talked about, Traverse City, they talk about their street trees, they talk about their value. If we want to become a community like that, we want to have more than just, you know, a moonscape, a cratered moonscape. We have to invest in the environment, in trees. And these trees aren't going to be us for the next 5 years. This is an investment in our community over the next 20 years. Because it's going to take time for these trees to get big, to really add to those tree-lined streets. But when I moved to Sterling Heights, and this is my 25th year in the city, before the Emerald Ash Borer really destroyed everything, we had more tree-lined streets. And it utterly depresses me when I go out and I walk the neighborhoods. I was walking last night, and you come to stretches of neighborhood streets where there's not a tree, not one, for whole blocks, not one tree. You know, what does that do? It makes the houses warmer. It makes the walking environment less, not just less safe, but less inviting. Who wants to walk?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you very much. Other comments from council members, Mayor? Okay. Mike, anything else? Before we,
Sure.
Right.
I can provide just a little bit of feedback to Councilwoman Ziarko's concern. We do now have a prohibited list of trees that were causing those issues. So moving forward, there's an accepted list of trees that we know are deep root trees that typically won't cause that sidewalk concern.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. You can pencil in your rating. We're going to give you a few minutes once we finish all 5 to kind of assess them against each other. So feel free that, but then we're going to grab them. So, but you can kind of, you know, pencil in, make a note, whatever you'd like to do. And we're going to move on to our second project, which is reducing lawn mowing. And this is going to be our dynamic duo of Jason Castor and Mike Moore will be back on. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. And just as a brief introduction to this topic on reduced lawn mowing, the city, as has been discussed this morning, has established a reputation over the years with our residents and businesses in the community in line with our 2030 vision of well-maintained and desirable neighborhoods, maintaining attractive commercial centers. So that's basically been instilled through our community over the last years through strong code enforcement on grass mowing operations. Also, with that being said, there are some definite advantages to potentially reducing some lawn mowing activities, being that it can provide an increase into pollinators, in addition to plant diversity, reducing gas emissions with less mowing operations, some lower maintenance costs, also with the reduced emissions. And it also provides that longer, healthier lawn, more resistant to drought and weeds. And now, talking about that, there are some disadvantages to some reduced lawn mowings is recently pointed out in our 2021 residential survey. The residents indicated very highly emphasis for code enforcement over the next 2 years to focus on residential and commercial center property maintenance, grass mowing, and topics like that. So a change to that could create a confusion with some of the residents, leading to additional complaints on this topic. Currently, right now, we do field a great deal of complaints on the topic of tall grass and weeds in the community. And I would think that with that change would come additional requests through potentially you guys into our office. And through code enforcement, we always follow up on every complaint that comes in. And through that change and a little confusion with the residents, having code enforcement officers out there could make their jobs a little bit less efficient, following up on something that may not be a potential violation. The long grass can harbor ticks and rodents is a disadvantage. And once that grass gets a little too long, it does become difficult to cut for a residential lawnmower. And when hiring a contractor, they do sometimes charge a little more because they may have to double cut or triple cut a lawn. So your traditional cost may be increased a bit when selecting a contractor. And while this may save time just in regular maintenance, you might have a little additional maintenance in containing your yard. If you, containing the spread of your natural lawn to your neighbors, is they may, look to contain that on your property with the, reduced mowing property, and then so it doesn't negatively affect or start to encroach onto your neighbor's property. And with that, that rounds out kind of the private property component of this, and I would like to pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Moore, with some comments on how this might affect the public spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. So we are conducting a pilot program right now in retention basins where we're actually changing the schedule of grass cutting from weekly to bi-weekly. And that will not only reduce the cost for the city, but it also increases stormwater filtration effectiveness. The goal of the taller grass is to act more of a filter for the pollutants coming into the retention pond. So when we cut that grass really short, it's obviously not as effective. So by doing a small pilot program, we're kind of gauging how that's working out and if we're getting any negative feedback from residents, and we are not at this time. So we'll continue to monitor that, but look to possibly reduce the volume of cutting in the retention basins. It also, as Mr. Castor mentioned, does promote some natural wildlife such as honeybees and the ever popular butterflies. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions, comments?
Could we please see the scale for rating this again?
Yes.
Or in between when we're supposed to
Sure.
be doing
It's
this?
on the bottom of your pages there.
Oh, see it, all right, thank
Okay,
you.
if that's helpful?
Sure.
Okay, and we've got it on each one of those pages, so. So lawn mowing.
Comments?
Yes, Councilman.
I guess this is my hot button issue. So I appreciate the comments from Mr. Castor and Moore, and the thought that they put into this. I don't know that anybody's talking about letting the grass grow so long that it becomes a nuisance. When we're talking about lawn mowing, what we are talking about, what I'm talking about is reducing the amount of lawn, period, that needs to be cut, and then maintaining what is available. So, for residential properties, it's putting in some sort of attractive landscaping that doesn't require a lot of lawn. For the city, it's the same thing, putting in attractive landscaping, maybe with, excuse me while I look at my notes here, with, the wildflower, clover, vegetation, I think that's on our sheet here, and making it look attractive, but it also provides not only for pollinators, but also filtration for rainwater, being more absorbed into the earth as opposed to running off onto roads. The fact of the matter is, and this is going to be a common theme throughout this entire day, we're looking at two things, education and our budget. How much does something cost? And in every case, especially with this particular case, because we're stuck in the 1970s model where your front lawn is an extension of your living room carpet, that we need to educate the citizens on why we need to go to a program that requires less lawn cutting. Using lawn maintenance equipment is incredibly environmentally impactful. One gas-powered leaf blower, the backpack-style leaf blower, puts out more emissions than 4 motor vehicles. One. And we have we have dozens of those being used around the city on a daily basis. And the fact of the matter is, it was reported to us a couple meetings ago that this city spends $1 million a year on lawn maintenance, lawn and pond maintenance, where we're fertilizing, and then in our ponds we have algae bloom, and then we got to kill the algae. So we pay to grow and we pay to kill. The same thing with the weeds. We have lawns, unused lawns in our medians. I'm not sure if people are going to pull their car over and picnic underneath a tree in the middle of Shaner. I have no idea why we are growing lawns and then paying to have them cut and then also polluting the air because of that. So I think, there are engineering firms out there that will, do an assessment if we assess the money to them. and do an assessment and report back to the city, I think that we can cut a significant amount off of our lawn maintenance bill and actually make our city look better. And we refer to ourselves as a progressive community, small p progressive. And again, living a 1970s lifestyle is not progressive, so I think we can do better.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Henry, can I ask, do you want to see the city change its policy on how we I believe what you're saying is you want to see the city change its policy on our public spaces to reduce the amount of lawn that needs to be cut. But, and I can get behind that and understand it, but what about with private residences? What's the policy objective? Is it just educating them so that they can make their decisions? Or do you see a policy being implemented that would require residents to do something different?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. I don't think that we should mandate anybody doing anything in their private residence other than maintaining their yard and therefore maintaining the rest of the neighborhood. This really comes down to education and what the individual wants to do. So, if you put in a certain type of landscaping, you're watering less, you're mowing less, you're polluting less, you're saving more time, which, you're not spending half your Saturday, mowing and edging your lawn on a beautiful day like today. Who wants to be out there all day long?
My father, but I take your point.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, well, yes. So we're here. So, Mr. Mayor, to your point, I think really education is going to be the key here, helping people decide. I was in another Macomb County community yesterday, and I wish I had taken a picture of it, but I didn't because, it's 2022 and I didn't want somebody chasing me, taking a picture of their house. They did an incredibly beautiful job on their front lawn, and they had just a very small strip of well-maintained grass, but trees and shrubs and mulch, and it was incredibly beautiful, and it just added to the neighborhood. And it really reduced the environmental impact, it reduced the workload on the homeowner. And I think if we do educational program, we got this beautiful community center here, we bring in experts and talk to people about why they should do this and how they can do this and the benefit of doing it. So I think for residential and our businesses, it's more of an education than a mandating. But for the city, I think we need to be leaders on this.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman.
Henry,
Other?
please.
Here we go.
No, I actually agree with you in a lot of ways on this. I have two thoughts. One, in a lot of communities, Sterling Heights is famous for its front lawns. But other communities like Ann Arbor and Royal Oak, they allow people to do different things in their front yards. I've seen ponds, I've seen little Zen gardens, different things. I think, to the mayor's point, maybe we could loosen restrictions on what you can do in your front yard. Grow sunflowers, be big. Ann Arbor does that a lot. Something like that to give people more options than just green grass.
Yeah.
And to the second point you made, my father will murder me, but other cities have banned leaf blowers in their community. Ann Arbor did this. And my father loves his leaf blower. He'll kill me. But this is an idea for what you were talking about.
Yeah. Thank you. And if I can respond very quickly.
We could just
I refer back to what Mr. Castor said. The one thing that we have to be careful of is, one man's beautiful natural front yard is another man's nightmare because he's got to go out there and clean up, the seeds that blow over, and all of a sudden he or she, they have, wildflowers or what they consider weeds growing up in their yard. So we really have to be very careful on what we allow. But I agree. I think we do need to be a little more flexible with what people can do in their front yards, and that's a discussion that we need to have with the citizens.
Any other comments from other council members before we rate this initiative?
I'm
Yes.
going back to the cost. You can't go to, for some new developments, this would work. But if you have somebody that's lived in their home for 20, 30, 40 years, and now you're telling them to change the landscaping in front of their house so that it's more environmentally sustainable, there's a cost involved. So I don't think it's anything you could mandate. You might suggest it, but I think this might work for something in the, a new development or a new property, but I see it as restrictive to somebody that's been in their home for a long time.
So, real quick.
You're,
Go ahead.
Not,
That's
not,
what we're
re-
here to
not,
talk
not,
about.
re-
Yeah.
not requiring a mandate, but giving people an option. And having an ordinance that allows people to have an option, and that's where the education
we
part
talked
comes
about
into it, yes.
education, yes. And I just want to point out that a couple of the other initiatives that we're going to talk about in this group of sustainability, I think these are all kind of intertwined. Both the paving, excuse me, the paving of front yards and allowing native wildflowers, clover, and vegetation waivers. So there's a couple other issues that I think, in a way, these all interrelate. So I'm going to ask you to rate project number 2 on reducing lawn mowing. And then we are going to move on to a conversation about paving front yards. And Mr. McLeod is going to lead this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I was a little disappointed that one of our alternative front yard materials was not pavement, since we can talk about that now from the previous item. But no, in all seriousness, this is an issue that we have within the city. So some of the opportunities in terms of potentially prohibiting or limiting the amount of paving within our front yards is, number one, to obviously allow for the beauty, whether it's a manicured lawn or an alternative, more native lawn. It would allow for that aesthetic to be maintained and not necessarily convoluted with an excess of parking or concrete within the front yard itself. Obviously, if we begin to limit the amount of stormwater, limit the amount of pavement, we would also limit the amount of stormwater that would run off into the storm drains itself. We would also limit the amount of parking and potential clear vision issues that would cause from the excess of parking and amount of concrete in the front yard. And obviously, generally, and we've already kind of touched on this, and this is just the overall statement, is that it would increase the amount of green space along our roadways and the ability to create those lawns and yardscapes. But it also would create uniformity in the neighborhoods. Right now, if you go through the neighborhoods, you do see a myriad of different landscapes and driveway configurations in each one of those neighborhoods, ranging from an excessive amount of concrete, in all honesty, to those that have a more traditional driveway. Some of the challenges that we would have in looking at this, number one, would be, how do we accommodate either horseshoe drives or turnarounds for those people that back out onto some of our more major roadways? Obviously, we'd have to try to take that into account. So we want to make sure that while potentially limiting the amount of driveway or pavement, that we're not creating an unsafe situation. And then also, as we'll discuss a little bit later with accessory dwellings, if the city is contemplating providing for accessory dwellings, those additional family members or those additional people living within those accessory dwellings would have to have a place to park as well. So the additional driveway or paved surface may be necessary to accommodate those. And obviously, this all just kind of ties back to our current 2030 vision plan and some of the things we even talked about this morning in terms of maintaining safe and well-maintained, desirable neighborhoods. In terms of what we see on a daily basis in community development, we see both sides of the coin. We see a lot of people coming in saying they have 5, 6, 7, 8 cars at their house and they need a place to park them. And so they want to increase the size of their driveway, whether it be through a horseshoe drive or just basically paving all the way to their front door, so to speak. Conversely, we also do get comments from residents saying, how big are you going to let my neighbor build his driveway? I went out today and all of a sudden it's staked out and it's, starting to encroach on almost my property itself. So I think, ultimately we probably need some further direction. Right now it's more policy based in terms of how we regulate driveways and the amount of impervious surface. So I think ultimately, some sort of finite decision would ultimately benefit us. And just to give you some context in terms of what we say now, basically we again, policy-wise, say that your driveway should be relatively based on the size of your garage door. So it can only, in theory, be slightly larger than the width of your garage door that you have fronting the roadway itself. And then also in terms of horseshoe drives, that is, again, somewhat of a policy-based neighborhood by neighborhood decision. In those neighborhoods where we have existing horseshoe drives, we allow folks to have additional horseshoe drives. In those areas where we don't, we try to limit those as much as possible. Again, just trying to preserve the green space in the front yards. So with that, I will let the debate begin in terms of what to do with.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Okay, comments, questions?
How often do we get requests for driveway expansions?
Probably multiple times a day.
Really? Multiple times a day? How often are they approved?
Almost all the time.
I wouldn't say almost all the time. I would say realistically, probably half. You know, and again, that's on a case-by-case basis, unfortunately, and a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis, so.
If you come down to the south end, my neighborhood, it's almost every house that's newly bought. They're paving over their entire front yards, they're creating horseshoe drives. And neighbors will stop me when I'm at my dad's house. They'll say, look at that, it's, because we have neighbors that have paved 6 cars across, 8 cars across. Now, if you can park 4 and 4, 16, 8 cars in a driveway, that's insane. It's like a parking lot. It's not a house anymore, it's a parking lot. So this is, in my neighborhood, this is a big issue. And they don't want to say you can't expand your drive or put something in there. They just want to have a ratio. What is the surface area you can use? Because not just stormwater, it's aesthetics. If we want to put street trees in the right-of-way, if we allow horseshoe drives, there's almost no right-of-way left, especially on some of these small ranches. They're basically a turnaround in front of their house.
And just to be clear, this is to accommodate motor vehicles as opposed to RVs and boats?
No?
That is correct. I mean, at least that's the rationale given to us at the counter, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I think this would be easier to rate. If it said prohibit total paving of front yards. And Chris, how many total I can only think of one on Mustang that is totally paved.
That's Mr. Andrews' favorite, Clark Andrews' favorite story. No, I mean, it's not a matter of saying we're going to completely prohibit pavement, and it's not a matter that we're going to hopefully say that you can do 100%. I think as Councilperson Radke said, there's usually, a generalized standard that can be found that says, here's an appropriate amount of driveway area as well as sidewalk that can more than accommodate people's needs in a normal situation. There's always going to be someone that says, I need 8 cars or something, and that's just a determination that if we say, here's our hardline stance, then unfortunately they're going to have to find another place to put that car.
Well, people realize that the street is a permitted place to park a car. So permitting 8 vehicles to park on a 60-foot wide lot is a little unreasonable, I think. So I think you're right, we need administratively to have control on this, but I am for sure against prohibiting, I'm in support of prohibiting total front yard paving. So.
And the request is to do further investigation and work and come back, correct?
Correct. Obviously, this would be a matter of, in my mind, it would develop some sort of ordinance, and what that ratio, obviously that'd be vetted out through planning commission, public hearings, and ultimately council decisions.
Chris, do you know what other cities' ratio might be or how they view it?
And again, we would do the study specific to us, but generally speaking, that ratio is usually 30 to 40%.
I guess my question would be, is the ordinance that we have, or is it for building, that the driveway can only be the width of the garage door or the garage? Because I think mine is the width of the garage.
So right now, we don't have an ordinance. It's merely a policy that was handed down to me when I got here. So, but no, it's a matter of that it's a formula that it's slightly wider than your garage door, depending on whether you have a single door or double door, or if you do have multiple doors based on that as well.
Okay, pencils to paper.
Sorry.
We're now going to move on to our next project, which is mandating business recycling. And we will have Mr. Moore and Mr. Mark. Yeah, I started to say, I'm gonna, I was trying to practice with Megan, and I thought, I'm just gonna mess this
Think
up.
of cashews. Think of cashews.
That's a millennial thing, too. We used to call our parents' friends Mr. Kashubski. Now they call me Mr. Mike.
There you go. So, Mr. Mike and Mr. Mark, you have the floor here.
Mr. Mark.
Thank you. Topic number 4 is mandating business recycling, a topic that would follow the visioning statement of successful, vibrant, and attractive commercial centers with unique offerings. I feel mandate would be a tough stance to take. Maybe encouraging would be a better approach. From all the neighboring communities that we contacted, none of them actually mandate recycling, and only one encourages business recycling. Of course, it'd be great to increase recycling and reduce landfill volume, but it is tough to sell a mandate of business recycling if we don't yet have a citywide residential recycling program. A few other challenges that I think are worth mentioning is the city's refuse hauler is not the hauler for all city businesses. There are many other companies who perform the same service within our community for the businesses, and do they offer recycling, and at what cost would it be for? Also, too, how would we track who's offering recycling, and how would we monitor who is then using the recycling that's offered to them? For further comments, I will transition the topic to the City Attorney, Mark Krzyzewski.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Clearly, there appears to be interest with the general public to provide greater opportunities for recycling. And I don't think is in any question. But when it comes to mandating business recycling, there are several challenges and costs associated in doing so that ultimately trickle down to either residents or tenants of various buildings. So, for example, landlords in commercial centers and apartment complexes or senior living establishments would need a budget for building an expansion for additional trash receptacles to allow for the recycling to occur. That would also increase costs of hauling away materials, because they'd have to, with their hauler or with the city's hauler, pay to have that done. In some instances, there may not be room, especially in some of the apartment complex or condo complexes where they're pretty much built out and they had very limited space to put their trash receptacles. They have multiple throughout the community to actually expand out and put another enclosure in and to have another one. So those are some of the challenges that I see from a cost perspective. Some larger corporations do have recycling programs in the city, which is good and great to see. I think this would have a bigger impact on the smaller businesses and the smaller strip centers and things of that nature that don't have them. The real challenge here is businesses generally are the greatest producer of recyclable materials and the ability to recycle, because they do get boxes and shipments almost daily and weekly that really ends up in a landfill. So I understand the need. So the question really becomes, is there something we can do to either voluntarily get businesses to start doing this through incentives, or is it a mandate? There are communities around the country and in Michigan that will mandate this, and it is a project to get that shift. So with that.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Comments and questions?
So, go ahead. Sorry.
Go.
Me?
Yeah. So I don't believe we should be mandating anything with the businesses other than, what we do now with our code enforcement. But I can tell you this. This goes back to education again. I was, a couple months ago, I was at the Chaldean Community Center and walking the property with Mr. Manna over there, and he was picking up trash from the complex next door. The wind just kind of blew over their wall. And that strip mall, along with a number of other strip malls, is frankly a mess, especially when, as Mr. Moore said, not everybody uses the same trash hauler, so there is no trash day, right? And some people overflow and some people get dumped. When you go back there, you'll see just absolutely tons of cardboard and quite often boxes that aren't even broken down, so they're taking up more space in their dumpster, and then there's less space for the real trash in there. And this all comes back down to education again, and yes, there's a cost to it. But, if we really enforced our codes in regards to having trash all over the place, and I know our code enforcement officers can't be everywhere all the time. The fact of the matter is, if people started getting tickets, they would think twice about paying for recycling. And so this comes back down to education again, whether that's through the Chamber of Commerce, through the city itself, I don't know, but we really need to have a conversation with our businesses, especially the smaller businesses, the grocery stores, the restaurants, about the benefit of recycling.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ziarko?
Yes, well, I wasn't going to start out with that, but it's okay. I can comment that I agree that there's a need there. I live across the street from a shopping center, actually a medical facility and a bank. I used to find money in my backyard, not happening anymore. People are hanging on to it.
Don't give away the secret.
No, that doesn't happen anymore, but I will say, even during COVID, between the masks that ended up in the yard and when you have different businesses, whether it be a restaurant, I'm trying to think what else is over there, nail salon, there's a dollar store that, whatever their shipments come in the cardboard, a lot of time it ends up between my house and my neighbor's house just because of the wind pattern. So I can see where we do need to monitor the dumpsters for one thing. And then there's a lot of illegal dumping because when these businesses are closed, they're people that feel that they could use their dumpsters for their own personal use. So it's not unusual to hear this happen in the middle of the night where somebody's dumping something. So I do have to agree with you there. I don't know about the mandate for the businesses because we're almost like discriminating against the businesses because we don't have a mandate for our residents. Right. So I think we're walking a fine line there as to what we can do. And I know that it's in the next couple of years, we'll have a contract coming up with our company that is going to supply our refuse cleanup. So maybe we can work something in as we're talking, negotiating that contract.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Councilman.
So my biggest problem with talking about how we don't have residential recycling, so we shouldn't do business recycling, is that we're the only city in the state that of any size that doesn't have curbside recycling. And that was a choice that this body made years ago. And the idea that we're going to wait another 7 years or whatever to talk about what we can do beyond residential, that's 7 more years down the line. A mandate, as I envision it, would be that they have to offer recycling. That would be the sole thing. I'm not saying that they have to recycle everything or this is what the rules are, but they have to offer it. And other cities do this. This ain't like we're coming out of left field. I lived in New York. New York requires businesses to offer recycling. Ann Arbor requires businesses to offer recycling. And this idea that we're going to wait 7 more years after this next contract gets up just to finally get the residential recycling that should have happened before I sat on this body. I was in the audience that day. It still is one of the most annoying things I ever experienced in my life, the short-sightedness. We need to step forward, and we can't keep kicking the can down the road. We are the only city of any size that doesn't offer recycling. And this idea that, well, we can't make anyone, well, you're right, and no one's going to recycle if we don't make them. Because it's a cost. It's something you don't see up front. It's all on the back end. So for them, why would I, as a business owner, say, I'm going to just, if you're a big corporate citizen, you say, okay, yeah, I get that. But if you're some guy in a plaza who has one stop, what's to make him do it? He's not going to do it unless we say you have to. Just like they won't fill in their parking lot potholes unless we say you have to. It's the same idea. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I do have a comment.
Yes. Ms. Councilwoman.
Mr. Moore, can you tell me when is our contract up so that if we do curbside recycling, when will that be?
2024, so I think it's the summer of 22 now, we'll probably start that process roughly in 1 year.
So it's not 7 years?
It is not.
Okay, and furthermore, if we have curbside recycling throughout for residential, it's still not saying that everyone is going to recycle.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So to mandate businesses to recycle.
To offer recycling.
When residents may not necessarily grab hold and embrace that curbside recycling, I think is wrong. So that's just my opinion.
Any other comments before we rate this project? Okay, pencil to paper. Thank you very much. Our last project in our sustainability grouping is kind of back to the lawns, the landscaping conversations, allowing native wildflowers, clover, and vegetation waivers for yards. And Mr. Castor is going to speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning again. Yeah, we did cover a bit of this topic a little bit earlier in regards to wildflowers, clover, and vegetation. The additional component here is the waiver program, I guess, to allow this activity. And obviously, there are advantages that we discussed previously about allowing wildflowers, clover lawns, increased pollinators, that increase plant diversity. They do have lower maintenance costs, however, not zero maintenance. There is obviously maintenance required with any kind of lawn you choose to install. And obviously, if they are maintained well, they can be very aesthetically pleasing. You know, a nice wildflower garden in the front lawn does obviously, you know, make that house and, you know, neighborhood look pretty good. Some of the disadvantages here when reviewing this in regards to the waiver program would be the staff availability and time that would be required to focus on the creation, monitoring, review, and follow-up for this type of program, which could, you know, lead to additional complaints and concerns potentially from neighbors if those areas are not maintained well, requiring code follow-up. In addition, when you're looking at installing native wildflowers, if they come in a seed pack, there is a potential to introduce a non-native species to the area, which could, you know, introduce an invasive type weed or species into the ecosystem. Currently, we have not received many requests for this type of activity, maybe one or two over the years that I can recall, just in regards to this type of activity of a non-traditional lawn. And if we were to go down this road with a waiver program, determining the requirements and outlines may require some ordinance changes and amendments that we would have to consider. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments?
I have a question for Mr. Kessler. So there already is a program where you have a waiver already put, so there is not? Okay. So we would have to develop one and put some guidelines in place, and then ordinances would have to probably follow through. Okay.
Yes, you're correct. And I would just like to add, I mean, currently you could, I mean, I'm sure residents currently have clover in their lawn.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so there are opportunities currently to have clover and planted in there, and the only regulation we have right now is to maintain it less than 6 inches.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr., are we doing that?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't
haven't done
think
that
so,
yet.
but.
No. I'm going to rein you in.
Okay, yes, you're the MC. Mr. Castor, just, nobody's violating any ordinance if they, during the hottest part of the summer, allow their lawn to go dormant, are they?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So if somebody just ripped out their front yard and replaced it with, you know,
Sunflowers.
clover, wildflowers, sunflowers, other vegetation, as long as it stays under 6 inches, there's nothing we can do or would do?
Yeah, I mean, we would monitor to make sure that it is maintained, so it's not full of trash and stuff like that, but I would assume if you're going to that, you know, extent to make that investment in your property, that you're going to be maintaining it, keeping trash, making sure it's weed-free and stuff like that. But if it's just a lawn that's kind of left without any maintenance on it, growing in excess of 6 inches, we would cite it. But if you chose to install a native flower area, landscape island, or whatever in your front yard, we would not cite them for it as long as it is maintained.
Okay.
But, excuse me, sorry, but if they decided to plant a entire field of sunflowers, those are certainly going to be over 6 inches, and that would then violate.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of goes back into that as long as it's maintained. We have not seen an entire front yard of sunflowers, so it's a little difficult to imagine, but,
It would be pretty.
Wouldn't sunflowers fall under the idea that it's an approved plant? Like, people are upset about my raspberries, but they're an approved plant, and people will be like, they're weeds, they're not, they're raspberries, because they're everywhere, in my backyard, but.
Oh, they're planted.
yeah, I mean, they are not considered, a noxious weed of any type.
Any other?
Are there any restrictions on people using their front yards for gardens?
I don't believe so. I mean, I've seen it, in occasions over, in some instances, side yards, front yards, on corner lots and such that do have larger gardens out there. And when brought to our attention in terms of a code concern, we would go out, obviously take a look at it. And then as long as it's maintained, it's not a garden that was left unmaintained for years. If they're actively, keeping it up, we would not have an issue with it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Would we like to see plans for this before it actually gets planted, I guess would be another question. And we keep talking about front yards. How would this affect people doing this in their backyards?
In terms of plans, if there's a concern from the resident that what they are doing, they want to make sure that it is in compliance, we would review it with them and let them know if we have any concerns with it. But the same regulations would fall to their backyard as it does with the front. They could do large gardens or wildflower, islands or whatever they would want in their backyard. Just, we would still hold to that maintenance of less than 6 inches if it's just traditional grass.
Thank you.
So what would actually change if we implemented it?
So the question here is the waiver program. To determine a waiver, I guess it would be more of a notification potentially to your neighbors that I've done something that's non-traditional, and then developing that program and monitoring, and if there is a waiver program that's needed. Otherwise, your lawn you could add clover to it right now, and I don't think we need a waiver. If you wanted to do additional wildflower plantings in your front yard and a landscaping, bed or something like that, you would not need a waiver. This topic is, I think, focused around the waiver program, and to that, it would introduce a staff requirement for follow-up and creation of it.
Okay.
Councilman?
And I was just going to say, I think this is a perfect opportunity for the city to take the lead on showing people what their front yards could potentially look like. We have plenty of yard space, whether it's here on campus or at one of our parks. So I think the city could show some real leadership on this.
Okay. Please mark, rate this last project. And we will collect these sheets in just a minute, and we are going to take a break.
Thank you.
If everyone could be back in their seats at 10:50, we would be right on time. Yay. Pretty remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm trying not to look out that
Don't
back
look,
door. Don't look.
We should cover that window too.
Yeah, don't look. Okay, we are going to move on to development-oriented. We will have the same rating scale that we had before.
Did they pick up these?
Yeah.
Oh, not mine. Who picked them up?
Oh, now they know who's whose.
That's okay. I could put my name on it because I put flowers on it too.
Okay, yeah, that's all right.
That's all right.
Jeff, will you run that back down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. We only ask, just a reminder, that you rate each one in a whole number, so give it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So I know sometimes you might think you want a range, or it's a 3.5, but try and just pick a number if you can, okay? So we're going to move on into our next sector, which is development-oriented. And our first project revolves around the city taking back the pathway at the south end of Moravian Park. And Kyle?
Is not here yet.
Where's Kyle? Kyle's not back.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we're going to move on to project number 2. We'll come back to Kyle regarding more mid-block crosswalks, and this will be Brent Bashar, our city engineer.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from break. So the 2030 visioning goal and objective that this would fall under would be the abundant pathways for biking and walking. Mid-block crossings basically are pedestrian crossings that occur typically between the signalized crossings. Now, for signalized crossing of pedestrians, usually you can work that crossing into the phasing of the signal. So typically they're push buttons. They have the heads that turn white that says now's the time to cross, and even the latest technology has the countdowns on them too, where it counts down to 0 and it tells you when the traffic signal is going to turn green. So mid-block crossings are typically crossings that occur between the signalization, and there's many different ways to do them. So we've been installing or enhancing our mid-block crossings with our major road projects, and a few examples are M59. We added 3 mid-block crossings from the area between Van Dyke to Hayes Road, and it basically allows pedestrians to move back and forth safely. We were lucky in this sense that there were signals at crossovers in various locations where we could include the mid-block crossings at signals so we could have their own pedestrian phase for the crossing and the countdown ped heads. 19 Mile Road, we reconstructed a year and a half ago between Clinton River Road and Shaner Road, and we enhanced that mid-block crossing, and that was for a school crossing. So what you can do to enhance it is the striping of the pavement, and also we have the push button strobe lights that we can install now, and we installed at that location, that basically flashes when pushed, and it enhances the driver awareness that something's happening at this location that they need to take attention to, namely pedestrian crossings. We also installed, when we built the rec center here, we installed the same type of push button strobes to go across Dodge Park Road. And then recently, last year, we installed a mid-block crossing on 19 Mile Road between DeQuinder and Ryan. It was part of the trail program, but it's a non-signalized crossing, but it was the trail that was built last year. We enhanced that, or created that mid-block crossing. So in our current budget, we are going to enhance the Riverland crossing. That's a crossing that we get calls on, and it's a high-traffic pedestrian crossing. It crosses 2 lanes of traffic, so we're installing the push-button strobes at that location this summer. We are also installing a mid-block crossing on 15 Mile Road, east of Van Dyke. And this location occurs between, Van Dyke has the signalized crossing. There's a signalized crossing at Carlton, but there was a need to install a mid-block crossing in between there because of the new hotels that were built and the points of origination and destination on either side of the road. So the mid-block crossing would look something similar to this. you create a pedestrian salvage island. So when you cross, you have a place that's dedicated in the center turn lane that's dedicated for pedestrians that cars can't access. And it allows the pedestrians to focus on one lane of traffic at a time when they're crossing a major road. We also have a study that's going on currently, actually, for Utica Road and Van Dyke, a pedestrian study, and based on that study, we'll have short and long-term improvement recommendations. And I imagine the mid-block crossings that we have, and one's right outside the window right here, are being reviewed for safety as well. So we'll be looking at that to see what kind of improvements we can make as a result of that study. Lastly, the cost for each of these is the push-button beacon strobe lights that I mentioned. They're about $20,000 to $25,000 a piece. And that 15-mile road crossing that I mentioned will be about $100,000 once we do all the pavement repairs and signage. So that's the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
So it's about $125,000?
The 15-mile road is about $100,000, yeah.
Plus the strobe lights is another 20, 25?
The strobe lights are about $20,000 to $25,000 a piece. So basically, when we had the study done on 15-mile road, the warrant for the strobe light is 20 pedestrian crossings. So we're not installing the push-button strobes on 15-mile road one. So that's why it's not 125, like you said.
Okay.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. Rate project number 7. And now we're going to go back to number 6. And Kyle Langlos is going to speak to the pathway.
Thank you, and my apologies for having to skip. So, good morning. It's been great to hear all of our topics so far, and today we're going to talk about potential of creating a south pathway to Moravian Park. As you saw in the packet, there recently has been a push to create a third entrance to Moravian Park for residents that reside south of the park property. There is no direct access to the park from that location. That's city, I guess, established direct access, which does create an unnecessarily long trek to get into the park from one of the other two entrances, especially for those that even butt right up to the park and could ultimately walk out their backyard if there wasn't a fence there to get into the park. This third entrance concept would come off Maizano Drive, which again is the street that is just south of Moravian Park. So while looking at the map, the aerial map that you see on the screen there, there's potentially 3 viable ways that we could achieve this route and this access point, which I'll briefly highlight here. First is to reestablish the catwalk that is now private property, and that's seen as the blue line on the map. This catwalk was created as an access point by Warren Consolidated Schools to what was going to be a future school development that never occurred. And subsequently, that catwalk was vacated in the 1970s, deeded to the residents of those 2 properties there, and has been on the tax roll since 1978. Cost implications of this route would be purchasing back the catwalk property if the residents agreed to that, removing the fence, clearing trees and brush, and installing a section of path. The second route would be to work with DTE to obtain an easement under their lines, which would connect to a park or to a path extension that we installed when resurfacing the park just a few years back. So that's referenced in yellow on the map, and this is likely the easiest of the solutions, the most likely to be least expensive and probably the most logical option due to the amount of path that's needed as well as the location of the paths. This also, though, could be the most challenging and longest lead option due to the fact that it is a public utility easement that we would be trying to achieve. This option could also pose issues if the path becomes accessible in the future due to DTE maintenance on their lines or any damage that occurs due to heavy equipment that would be on the path at times, again, due to DTE maintenance. Our third option It would be to purchase property from the resident at the east end of Mizano, 14653 14 Mile Road, to create an extension and connection to the path, which is referenced in red on the map. This would likely have the most costly implications due to the need to purchase land, add the most length of path, and remove the most amount of trees and brush. But as you can see, there are 3 viable options there that we could look at if council agreed that this was an option that we wanted to achieve. Considering that it's an action item that's in our most recently adopted Parks, Recreation, and Non-Motorized 5-Year Master Plan, this is something that is endorsed by the Parks and Recreation Department, as it does eliminate barriers to accessing our park, which would help us achieve Visioning 2030 principles of fully utilized parks, as well as being an inclusive community. Important to note is that all 3 of these options, again, would require some form of land clearing, additional path installation, as well as legal expenses that would come with that, whether it's an easement or purchasing property. And that is the conclusion to my brief presentation.
Thank you, Kyle. Comments, questions?
I guess, has DTE been amenable to the idea of a path, or are we going to run into the same problems that we've run into in the past with utility corridors?
Based on initial conversations, DTE is certainly willing and interested in partnering with us on this. We haven't gone through any due diligence at this point, but we have had basic conversations with them. I, in fact, have all of their paperwork that would need to be filled out in order to explore this option further, but there hasn't been any red flag that's been raised at this point from DTE saying not a chance.
So I have no preference to yellow or blue. I think red is kind of crazy. Whatever is cheapest and fastest. I've 3 times knocked this neighborhood in 3 election campaigns. If I go back a 4th time and there's no path there, I'm going to get shot. This is a #1 thing, priority for all those residents who live in there. I've never heard so many people say one thing to me, which is that we want a pathway. A pathway still exists. The blue path still exists up into the back of the property line of those homes. You can walk past it. It's got a fence across it, but it's still sidewalk. It still exists. The catwalk still exists. So it would irritate those 2 homeowners to take back that property. I guarantee it. They won't like it. But maybe that's the fastest route. If DTE will do it quickly, that's a fast route. I don't really care either which way. But those residents are right now breaking the law because they're going through private property, they're going through DTE corridor, because they're accessing the park this way, but it's not legal. And I feel for them because they have a park in their backyard that is over 1.5 miles to walk legally to get there. And no one's doing that. So I don't know what the answer is here, but these people deserve a path into the park that they can see from their houses and can't access.
Other comments or questions? Anyone? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling it
yes.
up here.
Mayor.
So, when you say, when it's the blue line, is the fence is there a fence, like a gate or a fence at the house line?
Yeah.
And another fence in the back?
Yeah, there's a fence, so the pathway's still there.
Who owns that pathway?
The homeowners now.
How did they get it?
We gave it to them.
When did we give it to them?
Yeah, late 70s is when it ended up on their tax rolls, when it was vacated, that catwalk was vacated when the school district decided not to build on that property. It became.
And we can take it back? What's the process for getting it back?
It wasn't ours.
I'll defer to the city attorney on that one, if you don't mind.
Thanks, Mayor. That's a great question. So you can approach the homeowner and ask to purchase it. My guess is the homeowners wouldn't be too keen on that idea. So then if we can show public need, and here we have other viable options, so that would be a challenge, but we could do a public taking. If there's a public need where we'd have to give reasonable compensation for that, we'd have to file a circuit court action to do so. And we would, see what the neighborhood does.
Okay, so then it sounds like DTE, if they're, willing to work with us, is probably the main option here. Would you agree, Kyle?
I think that is the definitely the path of least resistance, no pun intended. I know through my initial conversations with them, like I said, there's been no red flags at this point. It's just a matter of how long we can get that paperwork, or how quickly we can get the paperwork processed and go through their legal review and ultimately their approval process. That's our challenge at this point. But yes, that is, as I mentioned, the most logical route at this point.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions on this project? Okay. Please provide a rating in terms of priority for this. And then we're going to move on to our next project. Mr. McLeod will be speaking to this, detached dwellings as ancillary uses.
Thank you. So in terms of accessory dwellings, or accessory dwelling units, provisions within our zoning ordinance, currently, obviously, for single-family residential properties, we only allow for one residence to be located on a singular property. Some communities have allowed what are called granny flats or accessory dwelling units to be located either attached or integral to the main unit, or otherwise provided for in the rear yard or over top of a garage, whatever the case may be. Some of the opportunities that this allows for is obviously for a type of housing currently not found within the city. Allow for maybe some additional use of property where property may be underutilized in a single-family district. It would allow for potential for a lower rental rate depending on the type of unit and how large it was that can currently be found within the city. And one of the other opportunities would be to allow families, so to speak, to age in place. If someone's there, they have a family member that needs help, that they don't necessarily want to put them in an assisted living or something of that nature, they can simply bring them to their home or in an accessory dwelling unit and allow them to age there as well. So some of the things that we'd have to look at as part of this conversation, obviously parking for additional cars, where that would go. Obviously, we talked a little earlier about paving of the front yards and the amount of driveway. Some of our parking areas are already challenged. Accessory dwellings would only add to that. The overall congestion of residential neighborhoods with additional traffic and additional families. Obviously, we're a pretty populous community already. If we begin to add accessory dwelling units, our population will only continue to go up. And then obviously those residents would need to go somewhere in terms of our neighborhoods. The size of the accessory dwelling units, we would have to have a frank conversation about how large these could get within, whether they're attached to the main dwelling or they're detached within the rear yards. Fire access, obviously, to the rear of the property, particularly, again, if they're located, over top of a garage or as a standalone unit like this one here in the picture. Is fire able to get back there? Some of our side yard setbacks are pretty limited. Need for additional water and sewer taps, addressing those are pretty straightforward. Updating or upgrading existing accessory buildings to allow for this. Obviously, some people will simply say, well, I can just close the garage door, so to speak, and it becomes a dwelling unit, but obviously residential codes would begin to come into place. One of the potential issues that I think could come up is someone buying houses just for the sole purpose of saying, I'm not only going to rent out the main dwelling, but also then build an accessory dwelling, so all of a sudden you have multiple rentable units and have absentee landlords for those properties. So that may become a potential issue for discussion. And then ensuring that there's proper separation between the ADU or the accessory dwelling unit and the abutting properties. Obviously, having livable space next to someone else's property line, that has the potential to cause conflict. We just need to make sure that that's being taken care of appropriately. And then also, if an accessory dwelling unit comes into play that's detached, does that take away their ability to have a standalone garage or a standalone shed in addition to that? One of the things, as we kind of take a look at this, just as one of the ways to provide or potentially provide for safe and well-maintained and desirable neighborhoods is outlined in our 2030, visioning plan. This just provides a different kind of housing opportunity that currently obviously isn't allowed within the city. Community interest, I wouldn't say that maybe just the name itself hasn't been brought up in terms of community interest, but we do have people come to the counter that do say, how many houses can I put on this piece of property? And when you look at it, it's a 60 by 120 lot, and you kind of think to yourself, okay, well, one. But But obviously, this would have the potential of modifying that in terms of allowing for additional units. But again, we do have the occasional inquiry about that. Conversely, and I seem to be saying that about all my different topics today, but we do have a number of people that also call saying there's already how many families living at this particular address. Not necessarily an accessory dwelling unit configuration, but just in general. So there are concerns, I think, with the overpopulace of some of our properties within the city, again, based on residents or neighbors' complaints or inquiries. So with that, I mean, one of the things we'd obviously have to do is take a look at, study what areas this might be appropriate to, and then ultimately make ordinance changes, through our legal team and the planning office and city administration in terms of changing ordinances if we decide to go this route.
Thank you, Chris. Comments, questions, discussion? Any thoughts? Yes, Councilman.
So I can tell you, and I appreciate the concerns about how many people are living in one resident, but I can tell you that there are a number of people, houses, families in this city where multiple family members are living in the basement. And having worked for the fire department and knowing my worst nightmare is, my scariest fire was going down into a basement because there's only one way in and one way out. And most of these older homes don't have daylight windows for escape purposes, and even though they're supposed to, people are still living down there. This might be a much better alternative, certainly a safer alternative than having a bunch of people living in a basement. So, family members, not rental people. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or, yes, Councilman?
There are other communities that have already approved this. This is allowed in Birmingham, Ann Arbor. This is not just a way to create more housing, but it's a way for people to use their space more efficiently. Talk about freedom to build, freedom to do things. People who call the counter, as Chris said, and say, complain about families, they're usually complaining about one family, but multiple generations. It's not like there's 4 families living in a house and they're unrelated. It's, you got grandma and grandpa, you got mom and dad, you got the kids, and then you got the kids' kids. And people will say we're a city of single-family homes, but that's not really true, because we have generational housing in our homes. This is just one more option, and it's not just for living. I mean, I'll tell you, my dad would love to have a he shed where he could hopefully move his woodworking equipment out of my garage and into a studio, a painting studio, whatever. You can build them over garages. Mark Nikita, the former mayor of Birmingham, has a beautiful ADU in his backyard, if you've ever seen it. It's an architectural studio, and it overlooks, has beautiful windows. This can be high-end. It's not just simply a shack in your backyard. So I think that we really should explore this as an option for creating more housing on site. And there are rules you can pass that would make this more acceptable. The homeowner has to live on site with the ADU, so that way you don't get these out of city landlords just building extra housing. But I'll be honest, I have a neighbor who's got that 3 bedrooms in his basement. And maybe with this option, he'd put one in the backyard and hopefully improve the quality of life of the people living in the basement, protect our fire department, but also, the mayor gave a very impassioned speech the other day about how we need to create more housing. And not just for big developers. This is more of a housing option for regular folks. If they want to build one in their backyard, if they want to make an addition to their home. And I always get upset about the parking concerns because we provide tremendous free parking in the city on every city street. You almost can park in front of your house, you can park across the house, and people are still parking 8 cars in their driveway. But at the same time, if we're providing free parking, they have places to park. They have places to use this. I just think this would be one more option that would really enable us to rethink our neighborhoods, create a little bit more density, and create more walkability.
Thank you.
And just to add on to that really quick is that we are becoming an older city. And we are, many families.
And the projections do go in that direction, if you remember when we talked.
Yes, exactly. And more people are opting to have mom and dad live with them. And they have to create some sort of space, and this would be a great space for that option.
One more thing, too. They're already being built in the city illegally.
They are.
You go up on Utica Road here at 17 Mile, and there's one that you can see from the street. They turn their garage into a pool house. It has clear glass in the front. That's illegal by our standards right now. It looks beautiful, by the way, but it's illegal. There's one in my father's neighborhood on Irving that predates our zoning ordinance. It's a barn that has living space on the top floor of the barn overlooking a pool. It's an original barn in our city. No one's ever complained about it. It's a nice space. So these things already exist in our community. We're just going to allow people to do them the right way and make sure that they're inspected, they meet all our codes, that they're safe. Because if people know that they can do it illegally, they're just going to do it, not tell anyone, then we're going to discover it after the fact.
Any other comments or questions, discussion? Okay, please rate this project on detached dwellings. Our next project is on tattoo parlor restrictions, and Mr. Mark.
Kashubski.
Going with it today. Mark.
Kashubski.
Sorry.
We're Kashubing. It's
Not the
Kashubski.
first time that's happened to me. All right. There are 3 tattoo parlors operating within the boundaries of Sterling Heights at the moment. There's 15 additional tattoo parlors located within a half mile to 10 miles of the city in Shelby Township, Clinton Township, Utica, Macomb Township, Mount Clemens, Warren, Roseville, and Troy. Tattoo parlors are different than microblading in that they are generally not dependent upon the surrounding neighborhoods for their market, and instead tend to draw from the region based upon the body artists' popularity, skill, and artwork. Currently, our tattoo parlors, or we call them body art facilities, are allowed in C2 zoning districts as a special land use with review by the Planning Commission and approval. It must be located in a consolidated shopping center of at least 100,000 square feet. It must be no closer than 500 feet from any residential district and 1,000 feet from any church, school, park, or other pawn shop or body art facility. And they must maintain all of their required local and state licenses. And very happily to report, there have not been any notable complaints to the 3 existing locations. Opportunities. Tattooing is a growing industry, there's no question. Additional tattoo parlors could generate additional revenue and licensing and inspection fees. And changing the locational restrictions could allow tattoo parlors to fill some vacancies in smaller C2 and C1 locations. The challenges, as I see it, is there still remains a stigma, whether it's a viewpoint or otherwise, related to tattoo parlors. While tattooing is more popular among younger adults, residents may not like to see them in their local C1 districts or small C2 centers located near their neighborhoods. While it is possible that the locational restrictions of the ordinance may be causing some tattoo parlor entrepreneurs to locate in other municipalities, I would note that the Office of Plan has indicated that they have not received any inquiries in the past 5+ years from anyone looking to locate in Sterling Heights and or even inquiring about the city's zoning or licensing restrictions to do so.
Thank you, Mark. Questions, discussions, comments? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mr. Kashubski, do you know how many tattoo parlors actually closed in the last 5 years? Because I think there were some that have moved out of the city.
I have not researched that, Councilwoman Ziarko.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I think a lot of this is just about cutting red tape. We have a lot of red tape around here. It doesn't make much sense to have these restrictions. You know, I'm hopeful that we're going to have a larger conversation about our C1, C2, C3, because besides an attorney, I don't think anyone on council could explain to me the difference between these structures. So at the end of the day, I just think we need to cut the rules, make it easier for people to do business in our city. I've not heard of one complaint about a tattoo parlor. You know, I read that 1 in 5 Americans now has a tattoo. You know, I think the stigma is with a certain generation of people around here, because I don't have a stigma for tattoos. I don't know any of my peers who do. So I think that this is a solution in search of a problem. And we could just cut it out and let it, you know, and if it becomes a problem, then we can regulate it. But at this point, it's not a problem. So why are we denying people the right to do business in our city? It's befuddling to me.
Any other questions or comments?
I would say, you know, I made comments at a council meeting a few weeks ago. I stand by them. I don't think that it's necessary for us to have restrictions on where these can go. I don't know why you'd want them, why they need to be 1,000 feet from, what is it, a church or a school? Is it 1,000 feet, Mr. Koszybski, from a church or a school?
500 feet from residential zoning district, and 1,000 feet from a church, school, park, or other pawn shop or body art facility.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if we're going to revisit this, I would support removing the restrictions that they be in the large shopping center, that they can't be near other pawn shops or things like that. I think it's just an antiquated way of looking at it, and I don't think a body art facility, tattoo parlor should be really treated any differently than any other business out there, like a salon. So that's what I think too.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Anyone else? Okay, please pencil in your rating. We're going to move on to our last project in this development-oriented category, and we'll be calling on Mr. McLeod again to talk about increasing our low-income housing options.
Thank you. So obviously this housing options nowadays seem to be a pretty primary topic within the city. And this is obviously one of them in terms of whether we need additional low-income housing options. So first, the conversation has to be had in terms of whether this is truly low to moderate income qualified housing, so to speak, that is funded in that particular manner, which is different from someone that's saying, I just need more affordable options, so to speak. So those are two separate conversations. So in handling the true low to mod income housing type developments, this would obviously provide for additional residents, and again, that seems to be a theme here within the city, a different housing option. We do obviously have several within the city now. We've had several proposed over the course of the last several years. Some have gone in, some have not, based on funding and based on scoring, because these ultimately do have to be scored by MISTA, which is one of the main funding sources, and unfortunately our most recent one didn't end up qualifying out, so it didn't end up getting built. But there is a wide variety of housing types and ownership levels that are available within the city, and the more we do that, the more ultimately sustainable and viable the community is. And that goes back to, oh, the board's gone now, but the board over there in terms of making sure we're across all facets of economic status, all sorts of demographic status, and ultimately, like I said, that leads to the most viable and sustainable community that we can have. This would also allow for us to potentially create partnerships, unique partnerships. We actually just had a meeting on this not too long ago, where low to moderate income housing might be the ability for the city to partner in some of these if the city chose to in certain instances. I'm not saying we do that every single time, but it would allow for that opportunity. Some of the challenges, obviously, again, kind of going back to this potential stigma, sometimes when someone says low to moderate income housing, there is the potential for some folks to say, I don't want that kind of housing in my neighborhood, when you actually look at when modern day low to moderate income housing goes in, it's some of the nicest housing options that you see, just because the standards for getting funding and things is so high that the development is usually a very nice one. So part of that is education, making sure everyone understands that when that comes in, when that type of housing comes in, it's usually a development that you would actually seek or endorse being in your neighborhood, so to speak. And then obviously, we've had, like I said, a number of these go in. Some have, we probably have 4 or so developments within the city that would qualify for this, more coming. But again, this would ultimately tie to our 2030 plan, allowing for well-maintained and safe, desirable neighborhoods. Community interest, a lot of this is obviously based off of market demand. Right now, we don't actively participate in that other than with Shaner Towers, if you want to qualify that one. But other than that, for the most part, it is market demand. We have seen that demand. Like I said, we have one that's formulating now that maybe come to light in the coming months in terms of a new development. But again, we can't create this market. It's the market there, and then ultimately tries to satisfy that. So in terms of the budget impacts or the revenues or expenditures, obviously we'd have to take a look at number one, developing ordinances if that was necessary in terms of advocating for this or potentially, further regulating this, policy revisions in terms of how we process these, project funding, whether or not, again, we create those unique opportunities to get involved, and then the potential for reduction in taxable value or the amount of money that we get from taxes. Typically, our process is that we get our money just in a separate way, but ultimately, that would ultimately have to be panned out as well. So that kind of sums up, the need for more low-income housing options, and I'll be more than glad to answer any questions you have.
Chris, comments, questions?
Sure. We're talking about standalone housing development, but aren't there options with PUDs and other things that we can create density bonuses so that we hopefully might get some set-aside units for moderate to low income? I mean, other cities are doing different things. We're talking about just standalone, but I'm wondering if with a lot of the new housing coming in, if we could create some bonuses or ways that we can hopefully facilitate more housing options across the economic spectrum.
Sure, absolutely. In terms of whether we do that based on project size, if you say, and I'm just going to throw out numbers here, if your project's over 100 units, you have to have 10% that are dedicated for a certain variety of housing, or you say there's options available for additional density if you go above and beyond to do the low to moderate income. There's different ways to frame that. So yeah, that's not an uncommon technique to do.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? There has been overlap, I think, in some of these, as they tie together. We've talked about some of these different.
Well, I guess just to add on to that, I think that that's the best method going forward. Creating, we have all these developers who want to develop large properties in Sterling Heights. If Lakeside ever comes to fruition, we're going to have even more developers developing housing in Sterling Heights. So I think we should start talking about density bonuses, ways to facilitate, and that way it's not all just a set aside, because I think so often it's easy to fight these projects. They say, that's the poor people over there. But if we build them into every project or the large projects coming forward, we'll more sprinkle them around the community and hopefully have less impact on any one area.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, this is our 5th project in this category of development-oriented. So if you will finalize your ratings, we will pick those up in just 1 minute. And we are going to go ahead and move on to community oriented.
We're going to take a quick break, though. We're going to take about a 10-minute break between this or jump right into the next one.
We're going to, if it's okay, I would suggest that we jump into community oriented in about 20 minutes. We're going to have lunch.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I guess I'm not clear, but.
At 11:50 is our break for lunch.
Okay, so we'll start this one, get through a few of them.
We'll start this one. We'll go as far as we can, and then we will break for lunch. Are you guys ready for us to pick up these sheets?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pick these up.
We don't have item on.
2.
Zoning map plan. We're supposed to.
Kowski, 3.
You can bring it up. You're going to have it.
You don't get
These are
one.
just issues.
Mike's working on his.
That's why I withdrew mine.
There's 2 there. There's 2 there. Okay, and then
Where's the budget?
You're empty at 1 o'clock.
the mayor's. Thank you very much. Okay.
Without debate, we
Thank you,
said we're
Jeff.
going to move it to this instead.
Okay.
Yeah, what was the issue?
The zoning map.
Okay.
Update, what would it entail, how much it would cost.
Minutes ahead.
I got it without objection. That's why I withdrew my budget.
Plan was that the break for lunch would have come. We've got a few minutes, so I.
Let's use it.
We're going to get moving, okay?
Remember? Yeah.
So our last segment is community-oriented items. And again, we have 5 projects within this segment. And the first is identifying ways to improve direct communication with residents, including interns going door to door. And Melanie Davis is going to speak to this.
Thank you. So I am a huge fan of improving communication, doing more of it, doing it better. For something like this, part of a piece of it is the door-to-door component. And obviously, if we wanted to do that, we would, need the human resources to be able to pull that off. So we would require either volunteers or interns. If we went the intern route, there would be a considerable cost to that. And if we went the volunteer route, one of the challenges I think we'd experience is that we are currently struggling to get enough volunteers to do the existing tasks that we need volunteers for, such as neighborhood cleanup and shine days. So this would be an additional thing that we would be trying to secure volunteers for. Regardless of whether we went the intern route or the volunteer route, I truthfully don't believe that we have the capacity within our current staffing to be able to manage a program like this. So there would be a cost, I think, associated with finding additional staffing to manage, whether it's interns or volunteers. We'd probably have an added cost to find somebody that could manage the program. All that being said, I think that there are a lot of other opportunities for us to improve our communication and direct communication with our residents. I think, we've talked a lot in my department about potentially using our existing volunteers or commissioners as more ambassadors to go out and, connect with their neighbors, connect on whether it's, in person or on their social media platforms. So I think there's a real opportunity there. We've also recently begun using our text alert system to create specific groups for residents for us to do a lot more direct communication with them. So for example, with our local road programs in the neighborhoods, we have created specific groups for people just on individual streets that can subscribe to a text alert program that gives them direct communication about only the project that's going on their road. So it's very, very direct, very relevant to them. And we've had a lot of success with that. And we budgeted in the next program year to expand the number of mobile numbers that we can add subscriptions to through Civic Plus, which is our website and communication vendor, to do that. So I think that we're going to definitely be expanding that program. And then also we have existing door-to-door methods that we use for alerting neighbors about things like sidewalk programs, local road improvements, and so we could always piggyback on those existing channels as well. So there are other opportunities that I think that we can definitely leverage. Some of the other challenges with going door-to-door that we've found is that, we can't obviously put anything in individuals' mailboxes or on the mailboxes. And then, there's sort of this, there are no solicitation signs as well, and even though, this wouldn't necessarily be selling anything, from a resident perspective, I did some campaigning, several years ago, and noticed that a lot of residents don't want people coming to their door, whether it's to educate or whether it's, to sell something. So, I just think we have to be cognizant of that. And also just, we may have a cost related to making sure that the individuals that were going door to door would be outfitted with appropriate apparel, or to let people know that they are representatives of the city, because there's, I see on social media a lot with our neighbors, they have Ring doorbells, they, are on social media talking to their neighbors, and there's just kind of a sense of distrust about who's coming to my door. Are they really with the city? What are they doing? Are they casing my house? So I think those are just some of the things that we'd have to keep in mind. So that in a nutshell is my recommendation, and happy to hear your thoughts and feedback.
Thank you, Melanie. Comments or questions on this project? Yes, Ms. Councilwoman.
So all of us at this end of the table have walked these neighborhoods, and we know how cumbersome it is. I think getting interns or volunteers to do it is not realistic. I think if you put it in the hands of paid interns, first of all, that will be very, very expensive. If you put it in the hands of volunteers, it's not going to happen. They may tell you that they're going out and it's going to all end up in the trash. We've come up with some new avenues for communication, and I appreciate that, but I think going door to door is just not realistic.
Thank you. Other comments or thoughts?
I'm also going to comment, and I happen to agree very much with Maria. We have done extensive door-to-door campaigning over the years, and I've even campaigned with, even before my own campaign, but with my husband. While effective in its own capacity, you have to be the actual person as a stakeholder to be effective, number one. And so if you are not a director carrying the correct message, or a person who is able to actually be the right person carrying that message, you're sending somebody out who's a volunteer or an intern, that message may not be carried correctly. You're putting us as a city at a bit of a risk of having that message incorrectly conveyed. So I am not in favor of sending out an intern or a volunteer to convey a message. In the fourth largest city in the state, it's a very, very not effective way of getting that message out. So I would not be in favor of sending somebody to do a verbal message. We need to have that message consistent, and that would not be the best way to do it. You're playing the telephone game at this point, and it would not be a safe, effective way to do that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Melanie, do you know how many people have signed up for the email newsletter?
We have over 25,000 people that are subscribed to our semi-monthly newsletter, so that goes out to over 25,000 individuals.
And what about the text alerts? Do you know how many people?
Text alerts are not as many. I want to say that we probably have about over 5,000, but that is growing, and it's been growing because we have been actively letting people know that exists. We had a whole page on our website dedicated to our Notify Me, and we've been actively with our letters. Example, for the local road program, for example, we've included that on every letter saying, if you want updates on your local program, this is important to you, here's how you do it, here's how you've subscribed. And each time we've done that, we've had, I would say, a pretty decent response rate from each of the residents on those road projects actually go to our website and subscribe for those text alerts.
Do you know how many Facebook followers?
Oh, gosh. I want to say it's over 75,000.
75,000? Mm-hmm. That's great. I remember back years and years ago, it was like under 2,000 or 3,000. So, I don't think our Twitter page gets much.
Not as much as social,
as much
from
as
social
Facebook.
media perspective, it's definitely Facebook is the largest.
And do you track like calls to community relations? How often are people just picking up the phone and dialing in?
Actually, more than you'd think. I don't know a number off the top of my head, but I can tell you, just experiencing that, we get dozens of calls every day.
So I think this is a really high priority, and I also think that I'm not interested at all in the door-to-door, so I'm not sure whether to rate it a 1 or a 6. But with that caveat, I think going door-to-door, I don't know that that's an effective way of getting a message out to 135,000 people. I feel like this really gets to the heart of what we're supposed to be doing as a city, is communicating what's going on in the city. It's really frustrating, I think, when, we all spend so much time invested in it. It's our job. It's also hopefully something that we're passionate about. And then just to see people typically on Facebook say that they don't care about us, they only care about themselves, and they don't listen to us. And it's like we've begging people, please tell us how we can communicate with you. I mean, I hate to say I don't know what more we can do. There's got to be more we can do, but I'm pretty sure that knocking door to door isn't. I mean, maybe we just have a table at farmers market and music in the park and just have somebody explain, this is how you can sign up. Do you want to know more about what's going on with road construction? Do you want to know more about events in the city? Sign up and get the email newsletter. What would you say do you think is the most effective way that the city gets information out to the residents? Like if you had to tell a resident, this is how we want you to consume what we're providing, where would you push them?
It's an interesting question because, we've talked a lot about meeting people where they are, and it really varies. That being said, I think are probably, and it depends on what you're communicating, right? What you're communicating out. I think from a programming standpoint, I think our magazine is still a really great place. For the people that are on social media, I think that that's probably one of the, or digitally, I think either the email or social media for sure. But then, for an emergency standpoint, the text alerts. So it's really a hard question to answer because it depends on what you're communicating out, and we try to reach everybody where they are.
Okay, good.
Councilwoman Smith?
Is it possible that we take out a significant, maybe half-page ad in the Century, since every home receives the Century, promoting signing up for the texting and signing up for the newsletter? Maybe we could get more engagement that way.
Yeah, that's absolutely an option. So we have, like I said, we've been actively pushing that to try and get more people to subscribe to that. More than anything for the emergency alerts, because that's the quickest and fastest. Everybody's got a phone on them. Not everybody, but almost everybody has a phone on them.
And I think if that's the first thing that you address in that ad, for emergency alerts of what's going on in the city, you may grab more people than.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Ziarko?
I think now that we have monthly water bills, it would be a good time to put whatever we need in that bill because it's going out. But I think even maybe some kind of form in there where if a person has some kind of concern, that they could actually write their concern, put it in the envelope with their bill when they come to pay it, or bring it, when they pay their bill, and it might be a way to get some of that then one-on-one communication after they actually receive the problem, because not everybody has the same problem.
Thank you.
In addition,
Councilman?
So, I've heard a number of reasons why we can't do this. And just a brief statement on why we might want to do this. I'm going to say that we have a significant community in here where English is second language. We have a community where they come from a country that doesn't do snow plowing on the roads. We rely a lot on electronic communications. I understand, and trust me, I've knocked as many doors as anybody, and this year, these last couple of years because of COVID, it's been really hard to get people to come to their doors. I get that. Seniors are not only concerned about their houses being cased, but the fact of the matter is a lot of seniors have no soliciting signs on their door because they physically have a hard time getting up and walking to the door to open it. Or they're attached to an oxygen tank or something like that. I think we're missing out on an opportunity. There are plenty of college students taking marketing or political science or what have you. We could get volunteers maybe from the local church. Maybe we can't get volunteers. Maybe this wouldn't work. We haven't tried. So how can we compare it, whether this works versus all electronic communication? Let's separate ourselves as much as possible from, having face-to-face communication, because we can do it in a magazine. We can do it with a text message. We can do it on a Facebook page. Let's completely live in a bubble instead of having a face-to-face conversation. We should at least try, even a small program, maybe on the west side of the city where there is a lot of English as a second language, getting a native speaker to come in, and whether it's go door to door, maybe it's just a door hanger and you don't actually knock on the door, but there will be people outside in the summertime. You can have a conversation with them. So I just think that we're missing an opportunity here. We have a lot of fear. We don't have a lot of hope. And I think we need to at least take a look at this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Radke?
Thank you. Barbie stole my idea. It's a great idea. I think the water bills going monthly are an excellent way to talk with our residents, even to get them basic information about what's going on. But one thing I'll say is I agree with the mayor. One, I knock a lot of doors. I was knocking doors yesterday. I think it's a hard program for someone who's not invested in the message. When we knock doors as candidates, we are our best advocate, and we're out there hustling because we're our best advocate. To get someone else to do that, it's a grind. And, you know, the average door knock, 4 hours, 100 doors. There's 50,000 residences in the city. That's a lot of time and effort and people. I think that's difficult. But I agree with the mayor. I think a table on Thursdays would be good. I think the water bills. I think, and I've said this before, we need to streamline our website. Our website has become a place where we put everything and anything from 20 years ago to now, not updated. And we need to make it a place for people to gather information and to be informed. But a lot of the stuff we have on the website doesn't need to be on there. And it just confuses people, especially when it's outdated. So if we could streamline our website and get it so it's optimized for phone viewing, because how most people interact with our website is on a phone or a tablet. It's not on a computer. That would go a long way. Right now, people say, go to the website. Well, the website is sprawling and confusing. I get confused, and I'm on the city council using it. And I can only think, someone like my father, who's not very computer savvy, how much trouble he'd have using it. So I think we have to make a decision as a council, how do we want to use our website? Right now, it's like a repository. And maybe we need to do it as a way to direct people. Instead of having all this info and written stuff on the website, maybe we should say, this is who you need to call. You know, when I used to sit in the audience, Mayor Nadi used to say, if you call City Hall, you'll get someone on the phone. That was his guarantee. You call City Hall, you'll talk to somebody. Maybe we got to get back to that. Say, you know, we'll help you, but it's not just a place to put up info, because then you get, I see it on Facebook, people are banding around like old sign ordinances, old things that are completely expired, but it's still on our website. They're still drawing info from it. And it's partly our fault. We're confusing them. Let's make it easier. So let's streamline. That's my opinion. Let's streamline our website, give people a way to contact us to solve those singular problems like Councilwoman Zarka said. Not everybody's problem's the same. And I take Henry's point. You know, we've not tried it. I'm a strong advocate of getting people information in the language that they use. And in the west side, it's probably Arabic. You know, that's the language that they use. And we as a city should really think about getting that. I mean, other cities like Dearborn have passed rules and laws recently to get balloting and other documents available in a foreign language. Because there's a rule under the Voting Rights Act that you have to have certain things available, but it doesn't cover people like the Chaldean community in Sterling Heights, because the census classifies them as white. But they would say, if you ask them, they'd say, we're not, we're Middle Eastern, we're different. But because we can't measure them properly, we're not communicating to them, and I think it's a big black hole, that we don't know what they know, and we're not engaging with them. We engage through the community foundation, through other things, but getting their opinions on things, I think, would be much more helpful.
Thank you, Councilman Radke. Yes, Mrs. Councilwoman.
I like the idea of having a booth with information as to how do you want to get your information in regard to the city. At every special event that we have, Sterling Fest as an example, music in the park, our pints and patios, and let the people choose what's the best way to communicate with you. And then give them the instructions how they can sign up. I like the idea of different neighborhoods. If you want to know what's going on in your neighborhood, what's going to affect you, road construction, what have you, to be able to sign up for something like that, let me know when something's going to happen. We do need to communicate, and I think let them choose the best way to communicate with them.
Thank you. This was a very robust discussion, and I think lots of good ideas and input. Melanie?
Do I have time for just to address two quick things?
Really quick.
Really, really quick. First of all,
Yeah, we're ready to go. Let's go.
in terms of the in-person and the more localized communication, we have talked about actually working with the Parks and Recreation Department and doing different events throughout the year in specific neighborhood parks and really trying to do more engagement with residents that way. In addition, the language, the translation that we're talking about, one of the things that we have done is we started putting on all really important direct communication, we've started putting a QR code on everything, and we've uploaded those documents as a page to our website, because we know that Google Translate, most people that don't speak English are already they already have their website set up to translate into their language. So we've started doing that actively on all real important direct communication.
Thank you very much. So let's rate this project, and we are rating this, and Mr. Vanderpool, correct me if I am incorrect here, but I think we want to be rating this on what it says, which is the need to identify ways to improve direct communication with the residents, including interns going door to door. So it's not focused on this, I think, more robust communication conversation we had. It's focused on that particular initiative. Is that fair, Mr. Vanderpool?
I think that's fair, and I think there's pretty strong consensus on the door-to-door isn't necessarily a desired option.
So please rate this from 1 to 6. And we are going to take our lunch break now.
Okay.
So we made a little progress, and this was a good, I think I let you guys go a little, there was a good discussion here on this, and so I think that was good, important conversation. We will have about 10 minutes to, and lunch, Mr. Vanderpool is in there.
Yes.
We have 10 minutes to eat lunch?
We don't know if it's here yet.
Oh, we don't?
Oh, no.
Well, then let's,
It's not here
Let's
yet?
keep working if it's not here.
We will. Do we know if it's here? We don't know.
She's saying no.
It's not.
Oh, it's not here. Okay.
All right, let's go to words.
Growling stomachs, go away. We will be notified when lunch is here. The intention is for this to be a working lunch, so, someone's talking there. So for us to kind of take a quick bio break and a quick grab your lunch break and keep moving forward.
Okay,
We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving now, since lunch is not here. Yeah, the fruit and yogurt's gone. Our next project here is the consideration of establishing wards, and Mr. Vanderpool is going to speak to this.
Thank you very much. There was some interest in January about considering the idea of having changing our charter to allow a ward system. Just by way of background, currently under the city's form of government, we have an at-large system where there is not wards. And as an alternative to wards, the at-large system essentially provides for council members and the mayor representing the entire community instead of one particular area of the community. It's the most common system under our form of government across the country, not to mention here in Michigan. So the vast majority of communities nationwide that are council manager government have an at-large system. So some of the benefits of the at-large system simply are pretty straightforward. You have 7 elected officials focused on the entire community instead of individual areas of the community. When we ask ourselves, has this worked well for the city? I think the conclusion is a resounding yes. When you look at the community's overall progress over the decades, it's really been significant in terms of there's no particular area that has benefited based on where elected officials may have lived or the like. For example, over recent years, well, even going way back, the Nature Preserve, which is one of our greatest assets in the community, up in the northwest quadrant of the community, that was pushed by a council member, well, Councilwoman Deanna Koski, back in decades ago, where she did not live in that area of the community, but certainly pushed for it. When you look at the recent improvements citywide on the transformative parks and recreation projects, those have touched every nook and cranny of our community, not just this particular area of the city. There's a dog park over on the west side that was wholeheartedly supported by this entire council, and so on and so forth. So the benefits are quite obvious under the at-large system, and I think most would conclude it's worked well here. Now, there are some benefits to a ward system as well. There are other communities that have council manager government, Grand Rapids, for example, that has wards. Ann Arbor. And so there are other examples of the ward system. And the benefit there is that you have elected officials that are specifically focused in those areas. That is their job. They're elected to represent that particular ward. And you may have one elected official, or in some cases you have two. So the ward system does work. It is, it's not uncommon across the country, and there are obvious benefits there as well. Interestingly, I'll just close on the ward system. There are some studies, though, that also show that the ward system sometimes discourages economic growth because other council members will give deference to the particular elected officials that represent that ward on a given project. And for housing projects, for example, especially multifamily, low to moderate income, because of NIMBYism, it's real, NIMBYism is real, a lot of times those projects are harder to get approved in a ward system than it may be in an at-large. At least that's according to an Upjohn study that was recently completed a few years ago. Be happy to share that with council. So in conclusion, there's pros and cons to the at-large and ward system. I think the city council really has to look at, is there a problem in the city that would cause a change? In terms of budgetary impact, this would require a charter change. So that would mean an election. We'd have to gear up for an election, a public education campaign and the like. And a campaign of that sort, an election of itself, depending on whether or not if it was done during a general election or special election, could be in the range of anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. So that is it in a nutshell of the two different systems.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Questions, comments? Yes.
Oh, you forget, you want me to go first? Okay, I am totally against a ward system. I feel that the people that usually propose this have lost elections. And so they feel if it's more of a concentrated area, that they feel that they could win that area. The other thing is, I feel it divides your city. Instead of people concentrating on the whole, they're only concentrating on a part. So and then I've seen it where when you're concentrating on a part, you start to barter for your votes to get something done in your part of the city with other members of council. So then there's that vote trading that goes off. If you vote for this, then I'll vote for that. So to me, I see more of a problem with the ward system than I do as an asset. I think what we do now is, it doesn't matter if the problem's on my street or across the street or on the other side of the city, it's still a problem that I need to deal with. And I think by doing that, all of us work in the same direction to solve that problem. Or it could be even a benefit, and actually to give them credit for something that they're doing somewhere else. So I think working as a whole is by far beneficial.
Thank you. Councilman?
Oddly enough, I'm not going to rebut that. I do, but I do have some. But first of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Vanderpool, if you know, the wards in Chicago, do you have any idea how big they are, either by area or by population? Any thoughts?
Councilman Yanez, I don't know exactly, but obviously it's a much different form of government. That is a alderman, mayor form of government. There's approximately, I want to say it's 50 plus. There's a lot of wards in Chicago, but it is different for sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I formerly was a big believer in wards, and one of the reasons why is because I think we all live east of Van Dyke. And it's like, who's keeping an eye on the western half of the city? But I am. We all are at large.
Mm-hmm.
But I having talked to Councilwoman Ziarko, and at one of the MML conferences, I had someone come up to me that as part of a city with wards, and they say, you do not want to have wards. And part of it was some of the things that Mrs. Yarko brought up. And so after a lot of, thinking on this and soul searching, look, we're 36 square miles. I think the city of Detroit is like 160 square miles, I think. It's huge, right? And maybe if you had a larger landmass, that makes sense. But in a city our size, so I revised my thinking to appreciate what we have now with everybody at large. So I wouldn't support wards for City of Sterling Heights.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Councilwoman Kowski.
The comment was made that council comes from a certain part of the city. Well, if I would not have moved in 2002, I would have represented the southwest corner of the city.
So it's your fault.
It changes throughout elections. It changes. You're going to have so many people coming from the east side of the city for a period of time, and then you're going to have so many coming from the west part and the north and the south. It changes. It's forever changing. It depends on where your elected officials happen to live and what happens if they move. I moved. So I represented the southwest corner, and then I now represent the northeast corner. But that doesn't mean I've forgotten about the southwest corner. So it changes, doesn't make any difference. Wards are not a good idea.
Thank you. Mr. Councilman.
I'm a fan of wards, and I'm a fan of wards for several reasons, including the fact that everyone in this room who's elected lives east of Van Dyke. We all live east of Van Dyke, we do. And we've done it for the last 15 years or more. I mean, let's be honest.
Excuse me, where did Mr. Noddy live?
Fair enough. You're actually right, northwest
And
corner.
Mr. Bracci.
Where did I live?
Right.
Where did Bracci live?
But for the last, what, 10 years now?
How long have you been on council?
This is my 6th year, I want to say, 5th,
That's
6th year.
6 years.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, but it's even more than that, right? So we have a system here where we're the largest city in the state that does not have wards. And the idea that wards don't work in smaller towns is belied by the fact that Ann Arbor has them, Jackson has them, Battle Creek has them. This is not like, and the issue here on top of all that is that if we want to truly be an inclusive community, the at-large system denies people representation. East Point was forced to change the way that they do elections because their at-large system denied the minority vote. They had a majority, or basically a majority of African Americans who could not get elected because of the at-large system basically prioritized certain voters over others. Justice Department came in and changed their form of government because it was denying people representation. So to me, I think it's Ann Arbor, it's up on the board there if I could guess at the city with the wards. But I think that we have to have a real conversation, and stuff on the east side does get prioritized. I live on the east side, I know this for a fact. So I worry about the west side, and I worry about people having the right to have representation. Now, yes, is there horse trading involved? Sure, there's different ways to formulate this. You could do 5 and 2, you could do like Ann Arbor does, which is a double up. They have 2 people from each ward on alternating terms. There's different ways to form a government. But this idea that supposedly we've always done it this way, or we're all this way, and that's the best form, I don't agree with that. And I think that there are real needs on the west side that are not being addressed because we all live east of it. It's just because of the neighborhoods that we frequent. I do my best to try to get to the west side, but I know that I'm not always there. So I firmly believe that we could do better to represent all the interests in our city through a ward-based system, but I'm probably singular in that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schmidt?
I am totally against wards. I think, I've helped residents on the west side of Sterling Heights with many issues over the years. I think it does, without being repetitive, it makes you tunnel visioned as to your ward and not solving the world's problems, so to speak, in our own city. Also, over 19 years, I'm not sure that I've ever had a resident say to me, we are not being represented because we don't have wards. I don't see an outcry from the residents. I think we're all very approachable, And I think we all try to do the best to represent all the members in our community, regardless of where they live. And furthermore, as far as all of us living on the east side, you know, there's no written rule as to who can run for election and how we all campaign the same way. So there are people that have run from the west side or the north end or the south end or, you know, and if they didn't get elected, it's not the people's fault that live on the east side of the city. You know, we all have the opportunity, the entire city has the opportunity to run. So I think by all of us looking at every option or every concern citywide equally, I think is the best way to go about this. I'm totally against wards.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So when you run for a seat in a ward, you are running for that ward. You are then obligated to represent those people, and those people require you to represent them. So then, if there's a concern for those specific people, you are required to represent them, and specifically them. So if there is another concern for other residents in another area, your representation is not needed for them. That then puts you in that very specific box. If I have a resident that can then call me from, and I look, the way I'm looking at it, it looks like I'm going to be I would be in 1.
This is not our city. It's not our city.
It's not our city.
Another city.
Okay. But if that was our city, and the way it's boxed out, I would be in 1. And somebody calls me from 5, I would say, I'm sorry, you would need to call your ward representative. That is not something that I would want to be. I don't want that to happen to our city or our council. That is not representation that I would want for, and even as a resident, I won't want to hear that. Sorry, not my job, click. That is not the kind of council that I want to be a part of. That is not the kind of representation I want for my residents. No, ward system, and I know what happened in East Point, and yes, I see why the residents at that time voted for it, but I can tell you right now, the residents, a lot of residents, including African-American residents, are not happy with that type of system. And by the way, Lansing does not have wards. That is a rather large city in the state. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and discussion. I'm going to wrap unless.
No,
Okay.
just one more thing. So I appreciate everything that Councilwoman Zarowski just said. However, we couldn't do city council our way, 6 council members and the mayor. We would have to have at-large.
Yeah.
Just specifically for that reason, because you don't want to rely on one individual. And the reality is, you may rely on that one individual, but if that one individual is not responsive, you still, even in a ward system, you can still cross borders and say, you know, I need some help. But the fact of the matter is, if you do a ward system, you have to either have, so we'd either have to have like 3 wards and 2 at large, or expand council and have a couple at large.
We could have 4 wards.
We could
2
have
at
4 wards.
large,
Yeah.
mayor.
Yeah.
And in
Yes.
that instance, you are always going to have 4 people representing every house in the city.
A majority.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree, yes, sir.
It's like, should the county commission be elected at large? I mean, I think we all realize that in Sterling Heights, to me, I think we're getting to the point where we're a big enough city, we are a big city, and we have diverse population centers. Like the northeast center, the northeast quadrant of the city is drastically different than the southwest quadrant. Like drastically. They could be 2 different cities. I mean, in many ways, you could say they're 2 different countries. So the idea that well, we're all east of Van Dyke and we can just represent everybody west of Van Dyke, I don't think any one of us is going to admit, no, I can't represent people west of Van Dyke. Who would admit that? Nobody. We all think we're doing the best that we can. We all should be doing the best we can, and I think we all are. But that's part of what representative democracy is that, you know, can you specifically, like, sometimes I couldn't go weeks and weeks without going to 14 in DeQuinder. I mean, it might be 4 months since I've been to 14 in DeQuinder. So, what are we doing in that area of the city? And we have heard from residents that say you're neglecting the southern and the western part of the city. So I think it's worth exploring. I don't think I've made up my mind, but I think it's doable, it's workable, and the model is out there, and I'd like to learn more about it.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to rate this initiative, and the initiative is really just to explore it, is my understanding. Correct, Mr. Vanderpool?
That is correct.
Thank you. If you will pencil in your number for this one, we are going to take lunches here.
It will be momentarily. Apologize for the delay.
Take a little break. Let's take a break.
Okay, so we will break. Let's try and gather back here in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So about 12:25. So we can try, and we've got 3 more projects to go through. And we're pretty close to.
I'm going to be out of here at 1 o'clock.
So we're going to try and get through those 3, Councilwoman Ziarko, before 1 o'clock. So I will just ask that everyone is back in their seats at 12:25.
Okay, we'll be in recess till 12:25.
There is lunch. So,
Take 10 minutes?
do you want us to just keep moving? You want to grab and go, or you want to grab and go when we wrap?
Keep moving.
Are we
What's that?
back on?
We're back on.
No,
I think. We think we're back on.
Up to you, up to you.
Look, I mean, I think we've got a lot to get through. We've got 3 more projects to get through, and then we've got, to
The wrap.
analyze the results and the next steps.
Right.
And then, if Mr. Beelen wants to say something, he can talk, and then whatever wrap up. So I think we're over an hour away from being done. So I would say, why not take 20 minutes, let's eat some lunch, and then come back?
I second that.
Any
Not me,
objection
I
to?
think keep moving.
That's because you're leaving.
I know, but I want to do as much as I can before I leave, and it's not like we're all eating and talking at the same time. One can eat, one can talk.
10 minutes. You have chicken.
Well, how about this?
Yeah.
Becky's for going, she's not going to eat, so why can't we eat?
Let's, it's 12:23, let's be back on at 12:35. That will get us through all of the remaining projects, Barb, and then,
We'll do the wrap, then we'll do the wrap.
do the rep, okay?
Okay, so let's try to be efficient. They are putting the
Yeah.
lunches out as fast.
We're gonna start the meeting back by 12:35, okay? So we'll stand in recess until 12:35.
Literally quick lunch.
It was,
So you tell them to go get it.
that was a true working lunch. But we did it. And I think we probably were all hungrier than we thought. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, we're going to move right on. We have 3 more projects that we would like to bring before the group here. And the first is responsible contract ordinance, and Mr. Vanderpool is going to provide the background on this.
All right, thank you once again. Back in January, there was some discussion about the potential need for a responsible contract ordinance incorporating more safety type factors, and also not requiring that the city always accept the lowest bidder for various purchases. So I wanted to take a little bit of time just to elaborate a little bit further on what the city currently provides for with respect to any of our acquisitions. First, our city ordinance does allow us currently to develop a request for proposals. And under the request for proposal type purchasing action, the city does not have to accept the lowest bid in those cases. In other words, it's a more qualitative process. And through the RFP process, we can look at other factors, such as past work, references, their safety practices, all these qualitative factors that don't require us choosing the low bid. Over the years, especially recent years, we've used the RFP process more frequently than the alternative process, which is called invitation to bid, or an ITB. Under an ITB, that is a far less flexible process. That type of process for purchasing is reserved for more routine type of acquisitions, where we simply list specifications, bidders bid on them, and assuming they are all compliant, then we choose the lowest bidder in that case. There is no flexibility. There really isn't any qualitative type standards. It's driven solely by the low bid. So basically, even in the ITB, though, if we write our specifications correctly, we can ensure that all safety precautions are bid on, incorporated into their proposals or bids. And if they are not, if they can't show us that they're meeting all the specifications that we require, then we can disqualify those bidders. So the long and short of this, and I won't belabor it, is that our ordinance currently does provide us the flexibility to control for not only safety, cost, but other qualitative measures as well. So essentially, at this point in time, we really don't feel that there's a need for another ordinance that may drive one process over the other. If there's a desire of council for us to focus more on RFPs, we can do that, but we still would request that we have the flexibility to use invitation to bid on various acquisitions as well, because oftentimes it is the most advantageous for not only the organization but taxpayers. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Questions, comments? The purchasing procedures. Yes, Mr. Councilman?
So, my apologies. We started this day off talking about what kind of city we want to be and what we're recognized for and so forth, and education kept coming up, education. When it comes to contracting, especially in the building trades arena, nobody provides more education or better education through apprenticeship programs than trade unions, labor unions, plumbers, sheet metal workers, electricians. That's something I think that we really need to take into consideration. So when somebody submits a bid for a job, whether it's directly to the city or through a contractor, we need to take into consideration not just what that bottom line bid number is, but what these companies are doing for the community. And there are a number, as a matter of fact, I know one very specifically, citizen here in Sterling Heights whose daughter got a job with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers as an apprentice. It benefits the people of this city. We also need to take in consideration, since Lakeside Mall is, obviously something that I guess is going to happen, may happen. We're going to support the project with a very large bond. Are we going to have any say in who that bond hires? Are we going to be, are we going to let the owner determine if they're going to bring in low-wage workers from out of state? Are we going to hire Michigan companies, Macomb County companies? I think we need to have a lot of flexibility. I think this, and look, there are several communities that have this ordinance, and it's had minimal impact on their budget. So I think we really need to take a look at what kind of companies we're hiring. What do those companies, or especially unions, trade unions, what do they do for the community other than just perform a specific job? I think this is a good idea. I don't think it hurts us. I think it helps us.
Thank you, Councilman. Other comments? Discussion?
I'll agree with Henry. I think he's absolutely right. Sometimes when you go for the lowest bid, it's not the best bid. It's not the best bid in safety. It's not the best bid in construction time. I remember when the community center went to a cut-rate contractor, and we had severe safety concerns right out here out front. I took pictures of them because there were people working in a trench without proper gear on, unboxed trench. I think we have to take a contractor's full record into account, not just how cheaply they deliver a product, but whether they're protecting their employees and whether they're building a community. I mean, I was so happy when we had Rancelli Inc. Become our construction manager for these building renovations, because not only are they a Sterling Heights company, but they're a company that does well by their employees and by everyone else. So I would support this. I think that we really need to think more outside the box, not just pro-union and non-union, but pro-safety, pro-education, and pro-community wealth building. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything else? Okay, I would ask everyone to rate contract ordinance on their sheets. And then we will be moving on to our next project, which we've kind of touched on this some today already, Melanie, right? And that's identifying, creating an identity brand for Sterling.
Yeah, so our group, my department, Community Relations, has already had some significant conversations about this. And I do think, while we have an existing logo and tagline and vision statements that came out of Visioning 2030, I think that there's still, I have a really, really great opportunity right now to create an overarching brand for the city and really to tell our story. So I think that we're at a point where we really do need to do that, and it'll be a good thing for our city. Now, it's usually having an existing brand is good. Sometimes it can be a challenge because sometimes you want to change the perceptions that people have about your community or your brand. So we'll be looking at that and determining what we need to do in terms of changing any existing perceptions. But I do think this is a great opportunity to do that. One of the other things that is going to be a challenge as we do this is that we are a very large city. We're a diverse city with a diverse population. I think we need to really work to, as part of our strategic planning and doing this, we need to work very hard at determining what our ultimate goal is. Is our ultimate goal to attract more residents and younger families to the city? Is our goal to keep the residents that we have? Is our goal to encourage more visitors to the city as a, through placemaking? It's probably a little bit of all of the above, but I think we need to determine, kind of prioritize that and determine what we want to do there, what our ultimate goal is, because that will help us determine who our target audience is and what we want that brand to be. And, really the other, I think, challenge that we're going to have is updating our existing materials if we need to, and up to and including, we've got some street signage that I think, not a lot, but I did pass one, I think it's at Hall Road and Shaner, that still has the city's old logo on it. So, that's going on, since 2014? So, we might have, if we want to change that and update that, we'll have some expenses there. And really, I think the real expense is whenever you're going to engage in a real strong brand campaign, paid advertising is usually a part of that. We can only do so much with the existing communication channels that we have, but if we really want to, if our goal is to really tell the Sterling Heights story beyond our borders and get people excited about moving here and visiting here, a great example of that is just the Pure Michigan campaign that the state did with MEDC, and I'm sure you can appreciate how much money they probably spent on an advertising campaign. But it works, because now when you talk to people outside of the state of Michigan, or even across the entire state, everybody's heard of the Pure Michigan campaign. It's been very successful. So I think that's probably going to be one of our biggest challenges is as we go to tell our story, we probably might need to engage with some public relations council and some advertising council, and then the ad buys themselves. So, but I think there's a real opportunity there.
Thank you, Melanie. Comments, questions? Yes, Ms.
Well, rebranding periodically, I think, is a good thing. I think businesses do it all the time. It's just, things change. So I guess my question would be, is if we were to consider this, would we go with a PR firm that would help us do the rebranding and not just do it internally? Because sometimes bringing in an outside source sees things differently than we do on an everyday basis. So I guess that would be my question.
Yeah, I think we would want to employ the council of probably maybe a PR firm, but probably more than likely a brand and marketing firm. But yeah, I could see that being a part of what we do.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments, questions? Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we need to change our brand. I don't think we need to change our logo. I don't think we need to change our colors, our tagline, or anything like that. I think it's kind of like I said at the beginning of the meeting, it's that I wish we had an identifiable aspect to the community that we could then go out and promote. And so I think what we have to do is, like you said, work on figuring out who is it that we're trying to attract, or what is it that we're trying to attract. And until we know that answer, then we're just kind of shooting in the dark. I think when we started Visioning 2030, I remember looking at the demographics from SEMCOG, and we saw that all these people, like from 35 to 55, were moving out of the city, or whatever it was. And those are people that are typically, have more disposable income, have younger children. And 2030 Visioning to me was a way of saying, how do we keep those folks from leaving the community while still protecting and providing services to the rest of the populations? And so I guess I would say the hard work is to say, what do we need to attract to Sterling Heights? What do we want to attract to Sterling Heights? And then creating that brand around that.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I would even go one step further. I think that one thing I've noticed when I go to other communities, not ours, is they have tremendous orienteering and signage about where things are. Dodge Park is this way, the Iron Bell Trail is that way, Franklin Park is over here. And we don't have any of that. And it's almost, not just for walking, but for driving. Like a lot of people, if you are not from here, you have no idea of the amenities. Splash pad this way, this thing and that thing. We don't promote the things that we have in our town when people are driving through it. So I think we need to have signage on the ground for people both walking and driving. This is where things are. This is where the map is, this is where the artwork is. Because right now, I think that you could drive from one end of Sterling Heights to the other, not have a clue of any of the amenities that we have here in the city. If you go to downtown Rochester, there's big signs on poles that say, this is this way and this is that way. Ann Arbor's the same way, or even Ferndale. And we have to be able to show off what we have. People can find it.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments? Okay, we are going to.
Can I just
rate-
briefly
Oh,
address one thing? And this will be quick, but yes, to your point, Councilman Radke, we also talked a little bit about how we have a lot of brands right now that we're already using. We've got the North Van Dyke Avenue, we've got Sterling Innovation District, we have Golden Corridor that we haven't officially branded, but that's kind of that's branded as well. And talking about how we make all of those disparate brands support each other and support an overarching brand for the city, because right now they're just kind of floating around out there and there's nothing that really connects them all.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to rate this project in creating an identity brand for Sterling Heights on your sheets, and then we're going to move into our fifth, actually 15th project, which is the business licensing update. And Mr. Kazupski. Got it?
Kashubski.
We're good.
Kashubski, yeah. Kashubski, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, this is my own learning disability.
It's an ethnic group.
So,
From Poland.
no, I'm trying.
Ethnic.
Go for it.
Absolutely, thank you. As council knows, business licensing plays a large role in the safety of the general public, first responders, and the business owners themselves, and that it provides current contact information, disclosure of hazardous materials, and a description of the activities that are going on at their sites. Currently, the business licensing fee is $60 and only applies to all brick and mortar business locations. Smaller home occupations, nonprofits, associations, and other businesses that do not have a brick and mortar footprint are not subject to the licensing fee. The licensing fee was created to offset the costs associated with the purchase and maintenance of business licensing software, data input, staff follow-up, and canvassing, and other city staff time associated with the issuance of the business licenses. Whether the city should waive the annual $60 fee for nonprofits and small businesses provides some opportunities and challenges. From an opportunity perspective, the waiver of a fee for a nonprofit, a larger nonprofit, for example, 501c3, may be seen as a way to attract more nonprofits in the Sterling Heights to help lessen the burdens of government. That said, however, some could say and see this is a way to subsidize nonprofits. Additionally, while waiving the fee for small businesses could be seen as an alleviating a burden post-COVID for those small businesses make up the majority of the businesses in Sterling Heights, and in many cases take up more time than larger businesses in obtaining cooperation and follow-through, as they tend to change ownership more frequently and often fail to report that change. Given the nominal amount of the fee, city staff time, follow-up, and need for each business, whether nonprofit or for-profit, that still need to register, waiving fees for these entities will have little benefit and would likely increase the burden on staff to verify additional paperwork and nonprofit qualifiers for such a waiver, and or that a business meets the definition of whatever a small business is that we'd have to decide. This would likely decrease revenue and have larger companies offsetting the licensing costs of the city going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Councilman.
So there's the whole purpose of a nonprofit is to do some sort of charitable work within the community, within the state, what have you. There are some extremely large nonprofits, right? The United Way, worth literally billions of dollars. But most nonprofits are relatively small. They buy school supplies for kids or what have you. They do can drives. They scramble to raise a little bit of money. I'm not sure why, if they're a business entity, we're going to charge them this fee, no matter how nominal the fee is. So it was suggested to me that any nonprofit that is small enough to file an IRS 990 form would qualify for the waiver, and I suggested that's what we do with our ordinance as a measuring stick. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Yes, Ms. Council.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm going to weigh in on this, and I think that this is a very good idea. I agree. We do have some very small nonprofits, and we have a couple of medium-sized. One that comes to mind is Friends of Foster Kids, and I think that we should be waiving any fees for them. They do very good work, and so I'm very much in favor of this. I'm going to put this as a high priority for myself as well, so I think that we should be doing this. Even small, I'm not sure about waiving business fees for all small businesses, but I think that we should discuss that, but for certainly nonprofits, I'm certainly much in favor of this. So,
Thank you.
thank you for bringing this up, Councilman.
Other comments, questions?
Sure.
Yes.
We should abolish this fee. We
Yep.
should never have passed this fee.
Yeah.
That was my opinion at the time. I was the only one who voted not to enact this fee. We now see the problems. You see how unhappy business owners are with this fee. We should just abolish this fee. It was a bad idea then. It's a bad idea now.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Anything else on this?
How have how long has it been since this was implemented? We were in here, right? We were on the stage. Was that like summer of 2020? Okay. And are there any examples of how the information from this has been used to help, benefit? Mr. Vanderpool, can you give any examples of how the licensing has benefited the city?
Mayor, we're still in the process. The first year, there was no fee. This is a first year where there has been a fee. We're still working with businesses to get them all signed up. The vast majority of businesses have sent, well, I shouldn't say the vast majority, certainly over 50% have already signed up for the program. It's been pretty streamlined, and we haven't had a lot of complaints or concerns. I know there's been a few, but I think, it's been a handful. We haven't had an outpouring of concern over the $60 fee from our thousands of businesses, most of which are pretty large businesses. And I think in almost all cases, when we've explained the program to them, having our police and fire have immediate access to important information, should there ever be a need to address a broken water line or, some sort of fire issue or some sort of police matter, having that information available to have immediate contact, cell phone numbers, emails, and the like is very valuable. So most businesses have recognized the justification for the program. We have not started yet promoting the businesses online. That's ultimately a goal. We'd like to get to a little higher participation rate. I would imagine that's going to take a couple more years. But all in all, the rollout of the program has gone quite smooth, so we're satisfied with it so far. Exempting nonprofits, I think the number's relatively small, 30 to 50 or so in the community. I don't think that's a major issue for the council. I do think, we just have to navigate around some of the legal issues with the city attorney. But all in all, I think long-term, the program's going to pay dividends for $60 a business.
Okay.
Mr. Vanderpool, other comments?
I have a question.
Councilwoman?
From these small businesses that we're talking about eliminating their fees, do we have a number of how many benefited from the elimination of PPT?
Oh, that's a good question. When we went through that in our community, I don't have the number off the cuff, but it was a significant number of small businesses that benefited from the recent PPT change, and that on average was around a $1,200 savings to them on average, so that's pretty significant. By the way, as I understand it, what we're talking about tonight is for non-for-profits, not small businesses, because that would be a more problematic.
Well, in the, the scale, or for the rating, it says not for nonprofits and small businesses, so it almost looks like it should be, like, put a line in there so we could put 2 votes in instead of 1.
Well, that's true. I think in light of the city attorney's concerns, the more viable option here would be the not-for-profits.
Okay. So in other words, you want to scratch out small businesses? Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem because if it says one thing, I'm gonna vote one.
Yeah, I mean,
If it
there's
says
two
another
different
thing, I'm gonna
things. A
vote six.
nonprofit and a small business are two different
Yeah.
things.
Okay, not a different vote.
Why don't we, can we agree that if we're going to waive the fee for small businesses, we're essentially killing the program? Okay? So if we want to kill the program, that's a different discussion. So why don't we just treat it as nonprofits? Fair enough?
Waiving fees. Cross out small
Waiving fees
business.
for nonprofits.
Okay.
50-plus basketball is over now.
Okay.
I was,
It's overhead.
I'm sorry, I was like, who is that?
That's an overhead.
Oh, goodness, okay. So,
Change that rating.
yes. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vanderpool, do we want to restate that just one more time, that this last one is just
Yeah,
going to
it's
say,
just-
business licensing update, waive fees for nonprofits,
Yeah, I think that's.
period? Okay, just so that we're all clear? Okay,
You can make that a
please mark your sheets. We are going to pick those up as soon as you are done. Done?
totally done. I gotta take a minute break.
Mr. Mayor, still writing? Done?
Well, I just wait till it's all over. I've seen them all, I've heard them all.
Okay.
And I,
Okay. So it is going to take us about 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes to get these input and up on the screen. Mr. Vanderpool, do you want to do anything else in the interim, or do we just stretch for a minute?
You can carry on.
well, we'll carry on now.
The next item is to look at the results.
Okay.
Yes, so,
We could have
yeah,
some general
please,
discussion.
please.
I have a question.
So why don't we do this, Becky? We do have communications from citizens is
Do
a.
that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to open up communications from citizens without any objection from council, deviating from the agenda a little bit. I'll open up communications from citizens if anybody would like to speak. Okay.
My name is Stephen Billen, and my name is Stephen Billen, and I'm a resident. I'm also an accountant. I used to be the chief financial officer of the entire state of Michigan for VFW, so I'm very involved with nonprofits. I understand why the city wants to do what they want to do. There are different levels of nonprofits. If the city still wants to continue with businesses, what you could do is anybody that could file a 990N, which is a postcard, that would be under $50,000. And that would probably be 75, 80% of the individual nonprofits here. That would exclude ones like the United Way. They would still have to pay the business license. So, I mean, if you're looking for a source of revenue, you can do that. There's no problems with that. Nonprofits have to also file it. If they don't file it in 3 years, they're not a nonprofit. You could put that in the stipulations. Are you qualified to still file? If they get kicked out of the system for IRS, then you just basically deny the waiver. You could do it that way. I mean, that's pretty much the only thing I'm saying. I mean, I've been doing this for over a decade, and I have no problem sitting down and talking with anybody in the city that has any further questions or wants to understand nonprofits a little bit more. I mean, like I say, I've been doing this for over 10 years. And I have a company that I work with right now in Troy, and I have no problem. I've talked to them quite often, and they're in agreement with me on that. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beelen, and appreciate you being here today. Ms. Wright.
Hi, Brandy Wright. I was watching this at home and had a few things I jotted down, so I wanted to run over here and talk about them. As far as ADUs go, I am definitely in favor of those. I think if you look at some other cities, Seattle, Portland, bigger cities, but they allow ADUs in, and right now we're in a housing crunch. The other day, Mayor Taylor even mentioned, how much we need these developments in our city. This is a really quick way and a pretty easy way to help out with that housing crunch. They're not gonna really impact the neighborhoods too much, because you're not going to have, it's not like everyone can afford an extra $25,000 or $30,000 to put one of these in your backyard. But it is a good way to segue into affordable housing to allow people to have some affordable options. These aren't going to go for the current market rate that a lot of the new developments in our city are going for. The other day at the Planning Commission, we approved a development, and they had these micro units, which are they're not even 400 square feet, but they're going for $850 a month. You look at 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, that market rate is up to $1,400 a month. No regular person, even making $15 an hour, is going to be able to afford $1,300 a month along with all of their other bills. It's just not an affordable option. So I do agree with what Mr. McLeod said, maybe in developments where you have over 100 units, having a certain number of affordable apartments for individuals who cannot afford what the market rate is. As far as getting information out, I do like Mayor Taylor's idea of putting a table at maybe the Thursday night events, the music in the park, stuff like that. We even have people on our boards and commissions who weren't aware that you can get agendas for all the different boards and commissions emailed to you when they come out. So I think if some of our own commissioners and members of boards don't know that, how can we expect the general public to know that? Maybe even going as far as having a couple of iPads set up at that table so those people can sign up for things right then. Because we know that even though we tell them, the likelihood of them going home, logging onto the website, like putting in their information and actually doing that is minimal. So if we're able to get them right at that moment to put their information in, we don't have to worry about it. As far as the wards go, I'm sort of iffy. I understand how it could be beneficial, but I think I know all of the city councilmen and women and the mayor enough at this point where if I went to Ms. Koski and said, you know, I have this problem, she wouldn't be like, well, Brandy, you're not in my ward, so you need to go to talk to Yanis, you know, I don't deal with that. Like, I don't see any of you guys actually turning away a citizen, even if they're not in your ward. So at that point, what would the point of the wards be? If you're going to end up helping everybody anyways, what's the need of the wards? And that's not all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. All right, we will go back to the results portion.
Okay.
Everything's been tabulated.
I think we're about ready for the big reveal. No pressure, Megan. We are going to look at these, and we're just going to have the big reveal, and then
We're going to see what Megan's priorities are, actually.
Here we go.
You gave her a lot of authority there.
So, ta-da, I feel like we should have the big reveal. 1 to 2.5 at the top there, and I'm just going to do the quick intro, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mark to talk these. But you'll see, so the lowest numbers meant they had the highest priorities, okay? So we started up there with trees and right-of-way, business licensing update, waiving the fees for nonprofits, paving in front yards, creating an identity for Sterling Heights, more low-income housing, and adding mid-block crosswalks. All met the threshold of 2.5 or greater. So those are the greens. Those at the bottom, in, again, sort of descending order, started with the pathway at Moravian Park. Both that and direct communications with residents, reducing lawn mowing, not lawn mowers. Lawn mowing, I guess they go together. We're just under 3, and then we kind of went into the 3.0 and above. So Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Right. Thank you. And Mayor and Council, I just wanted to point out here, the items in the green, these will be the items that we focus our time and effort on over the next 6 months. We want to be able to report back to you in January 2023 with significant progress on these items. You can see that some of them will require budget amendments, for example. And this is the first time I'm seeing it, so create an identity for Sterling Heights. As we talked about, there's no question this is going to require a budget amendment. So you would see that budget amendment likely, if not before, certainly at the latest with the December budget amendment. But we'll have a lot of work on some of these to get a recommendation together and get something before you. So you're going to have a couple of additional chances for approval on these. You're going to have to see either a budget amendment or in some case, an ordinance amendment, or both in some cases, prohibiting paving of front yards. That's going to require a zoning ordinance amendment. So much more to come on the items in the green. I also want to take just a minute to highlight the items that are in the so-called red. It does not mean that we're not going to focus on these items. It just means that at this point in time, they're a little lower priority. Of course, City Council is going to have a chance to continue to champion some of these or all of them that you're interested in. And you'll have a chance again at strategic planning in 2023 to see if you can get these items up into the green. You know, that's going to take a little more collaboration with your colleagues and to get build some consensus around them. So just in conclusion, I think this process, at least from my vantage point, has worked for us. It's helped us prioritize what to focus on, and 6 items is far more realistic than 15, and we're not setting ourselves up for failure. So I just wanted to thank the mayor and the city council for going through this exercise with us, and we look forward to feedback that you may have to tweak this some, or if you even want to use it next year. I don't know. This is so new, but thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Mr. Pohorsky, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I would. I'd like to thank Megan, who put in a tremendous amount of time planning for this, and I don't think it would have came together the way it did without her, quite frankly. So thank you to Megan and all the directors that participated. And just a little editorial, I just find it very refreshing in light of Macomb Daily headlines that, you know, our council and our top administrators can sit down at a table and talk these issues through. I don't take it for granted. I don't think we should. So my compliments to council as well as everybody attending today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Pohorsky. And I don't take it for granted, and I do see the way other communities are. And, you know, it's rare that we would be here on a beautiful, it was sunny, I don't know if it is anymore, we'll find out soon, Saturday, and I mean, I didn't hear any one of you complain, and I appreciate that. I mean, it gives me the sense that we're not just working regular jobs here, we're doing meaningful work that is important, that has a direct impact on 135,000 lives. And so I appreciate you guys being here, giving us your effort, your time, attention, and your talents on a Saturday in the middle of summer to talk about ways that we can improve quality of life for our residents. It's really meaningful stuff, and I hope you know that we all 7 of us appreciate you very much. So we'll go into reports. Council, is there anything else you want to say to wrap up today?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanez.
I want to take advantage since the fire chief is here. Mr. Fire Chief, just curious, at our budget presentation, you had mentioned that you were going to try to hire a couple part-time fire inspectors. Where's your progress on that?
Chief?
Thank you. Our progress on that is we're doing that with a strategic plan that we're going to be doing this next year.
Okay, so will that plan be finished before the next budget?
Yes, our hope for that strategic plan is to be done before the next budget cycle.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Council, anyone else? Mr. Mayor. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, first, without objection, I'd like the city administration to prepare a report on what a change to how we assess for sidewalks would look like. What would the cost be? What would, if we need to go out for a tax, or if we could build it into our budget to change how we specially assess sidewalks. I think it's unfair to the long-term residents. We really need to think about long and hard how we build infrastructure around here. because we do not go around and charge people for the street in front of their house. We do the sidewalk, which always seemed to be backward to me. More than that, I was disappointed today, because I know that we talked at the budget hearings about talking about the total zoning map and changes to both the zoning map and the master plan that need to be created. And it's after Tuesday's meeting, it became even more clear to me that it needs to be done. What we did on Tuesday was spot zone Shaner, absent our master plan, absent our zoning map, to essentially create a new district. And it just goes to show what I was talking about in the budget hearings is even more present today. We need to, if we're going to create new districts, we should update our master plan. We should update our zoning map. And instead, we are doing it one by one as they come in. We need to really put our thinking caps on and think about the future of our city, not on one-off when a developer comes to us, but in totality. And updating the zoning map and updating the master plan will help facilitate that process. So I'm disappointed we didn't talk about it today. It's more necessary now than ever, because there was discussion there with Mr. McLeod about, well, we could probably create a new district here on the corner. It doesn't exist currently. And it wasn't part of the planning that we've already done to create mixed-use districts. So we essentially, out of whole cloth at our meeting on Tuesday, created a new zoning district designation, which is fine. We can do that. It's our right. But maybe we should think about this holistically rather than on one-offs. And furthermore, we should collapse our districts. We talked about tattooing today in C1, and C2, and C3. They don't make sense. And that's a larger, broader conversation that should go with the master plan, the zoning map, collapsing our commercial districts, collapsing some of our other districts, collapsing our residential districts. We have R60, R80, R120, and what's the point of all that? Maybe we should let people build the houses they want on the property that they have. So I think we need to have, I don't want to have another meeting like this, but we need to have more information about this so that we can make an informed decision. Because ad hoc is going to lead to future changes, or future issues with the changes. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I guess, do you want me to ask for objections? I mean, in terms of a city side, like an assessment for sidewalks.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Mr.
yes, without
Vanderpool,
objection.
I mean, is it just, didn't you provide that to us recently? It's essentially just simple math, right?
It is, Mayor, and I sense what Councilman Radke is asking for is a report, correct me if I'm wrong, on the benefits of continuing with the special assessment program that we have, or transitioning to a millage rate supported sidewalk program. And administration be happy to provide a report to City Council outlining the pros and cons, projected costs, providing you as much information to make it a good recommendation. Mayor, if you'll allow me just one quick comment on a couple of other issues Mr. Radke raised. I do agree that we did discuss the zoning amendment or upgrade, if you will, and we wanted to highlight some of those. What we did was incorporate some of Councilman Radke's thoughts with respect to a new zoning ordinance into some of the items you talked about tonight. Accessory dwelling units, low and affordable income. Collapsing the C3s is something we didn't talk about. However, that is something that we should talk about, and I think that's something that the city planner needs to weigh in on. And then just lastly, one of Councilman Radke's ideas that he and I have talked about is updating the zoning maps, which we agree as administration along with planning that those do need to be updated just as a matter of course. So we do plan on doing that. It's a relatively minor thing to do, and we hope to have that done yet this year. So we did incorporate some of those ideas into the presentation today, and we'd be happy to provide follow-up information too. Thank you.
Okay, council, anyone else? If not, again, to the administrators, employees, thank you for your input and your hard work today on a weekend. To Ms. Davenport, thank you again for facilitating the discussion. I think you did a great job keeping us on point. We moved through it, and we stayed pretty much completely on schedule, which is more than you can say about Boston Market. With that being said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.